uh, organize a couple of things here on my desktop for a moment. And one more thing. Okay, Charlotte, I'm ready. Ready to record? Oh, we are recording. Okay.
Yep, you are. Sorry.
Okay. Good evening and welcome, commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the December 7th, 2023 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'm Tom Bell, Chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and we'll be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset's Wetlands Protection Acts and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. Conservation Commission meeting is now in session and is being held on a Zoom platform. If you have any questions for the Commission, put them in the Q&A section at the bottom of the page. When called, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. You must include your name and address to be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are Conservation Administrator Angela Giso and the Town Conservation Agent Charlotte Bechtel. I'll now take a roll call vote of the Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Chris McFarland.
Chris McFarland, present.
Tom Bell, present. So we have a quorum of 5. Excellent. Our associate commissioners are not present. It doesn't look like. Is that correct, Charlotte?
Yes. So our associates, Valerio Romano and Sanji Fernando, are not present, and Eric Eisenhower is not present.
Right. Good. Okay. So anyone here that's present for the following hearings, they've been continued. These include Stormwater Permit 2318 for Deer Hill School. It's continued to January 4th, 2024. Notice of Intent 23-28 for 31 Bow Street, also continued to January 4th. A show cause hearing for NOI 2213, Stormwater Permit 2210, 44 Little Harbor has been also continued to January 4th. Do we have minutes to approve tonight? I saw that Angela circulated some, but it wasn't on the agenda.
They're probably not finalized, but there's also one additional hearing that's been continued to January 4th, 2024, and that's NOI 2023 and Stormwater Permit 2316 for 205 Atlantic Avenue. So that one at the end of the agenda has been continued as well.
Okay. So our first case tonight is a public hearing for RDA 2324. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, December 7th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for RDA 2324 at 21 Gammons Road. The subject is pervious, parking, and landscaping. Charlotte, will you introduce the applicants?
Hi, Emily. We have Emily Sanchez from, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Emily, Amy Martin Landscaping.
Yeah, Amy Martin Landscape Design.
And I don't see the applicants in the audience unless they want to raise their hand and I'll promote them.
I'm not sure if they're present tonight, so I'm representing them.
Okay.
So should I just start?
Sure.
Okay. I'm Emily Sanchez. I'm with Amy Martin Landscape Design. I'm representing Jeff and Heather Key at 21 Gammons Road. So the residence at 21 Gammons, it sits on the southwestern shores of Little Harbor, a salt marsh that extends into the eastern side of the property where it meets Little Harbor. The 100-foot buffer to a salt marsh extends across Gammons Road into the western side of the property and the bottom quarter of the existing driveway.
Do you have a plan you can share while you're talking?
Yeah, I do.
Charlotte, also, did you see this question and answer?
Yes. Do you want to answer it live?
All right, let me just make sure I don't have.
I don't understand which hearing this is referring to, first of all. And secondly, the applicant has to present her case before we start entertaining questions and answers. So if Mr. Sorry, I need my glasses to read. Mr. Mosco can wait, we would appreciate that.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Moscow. If you can enter your name and address for the public record, we're just going to go through the presentation first, and then we'll move to commissioner questions and then to audience questions. Thank you. Sorry, Emily.
that's okay. All right, so I have the plan up on my screen. Can everyone see it?
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. So our project description and scope for this area is to remove the lawn areas where the parking, trash, storage, and planting are proposed. We'd like to remove 2 of the existing hemlock trees on the property that are in our proposed parking area. We need to excavate and grade the area for the proposed parking and trash storage. In order to do that, we'll need to install a retaining wall to retain the grade and the parking area at the base of the driveway. Install permeable crushed stone area, permeable cobblestone apron, and a mortared impervious cobblestone border for the parking area and trash storage. Also is we would like to relocate and replace the existing mailbox a little bit higher up on the driveway. And then the planting per the plan within the 100-foot buffer and reseeding any disturbed lawn areas within the project area. So that is our project description and scope. Does anyone have any questions?
Commissioners?
Do you have a survey?
So we based our information off of a survey from the neighbor's property. I do have that up open as well that I can share. And then I also overlaid it with our plan so that you can see both. So right here, I have the same plan, but I brought up the survey that we used to help inform our decisions based on that. You can see over here. So this is the existing one, just so that you can see all the appropriate labels because there's just some overlapping lines. So the red line here is what's identifying the 50-foot buffer to the salt marsh. And then the green is the 100-foot buffer. So I'm just bringing this back to our plan here, just because there's a blue line too.
So the interpolation of the 50-foot buffer was just something that you created?
We used it as to inform it so that we could just extend the 50-foot buffer for this area. And I think that the way that we did it, I even brought it a little bit closer to the project area. I do believe that it's actually a little bit further away over here, the way that the line is already extending. So that's how we came up with that.
But you don't have contours for your area of disturbance.
We have a survey, but the survey ends right at the driveway right here.
Right.
Our survey. So there was some interpretation between bringing both of those surveys together.
Ordinarily, we would require a wetlands delineation for signed and sealed by an appropriate engineer or scientist to legally definitively outline those, the edge of the limit of the salt marsh.
Right. We were under the understanding that since it's we're applying for an RDA, not an NOI, that we wouldn't need an official new survey for the property. So that's kind of how we approached this situation.
Yeah, Tom, typically for RDAs, it's not necessarily a requirement, but there is obviously a provision in the regulations that for RDAs, the commission can choose to ask for this information if needed. But for RDAs, we typically look at, in most cases with RDAs, they're not asking for wetland delineation approvals. And Emily, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you're just asking under the act in the bylaw if the filing needs a notice of intent.
Correct.
So you're just using the wetland lines as a reference rather than an official delineation.
Correct.
So as I look at the salt marsh here, it turns east just about the place where the former survey stopped. It does not go directly to the southwest. Actually, it turns almost due south, somewhere in that neighborhood there. So I would question the limit of salt marsh here right from the beginning.
Okay,
Do you have photographs of the hemlock trees?
we do. Or just give me 1 second. Okay, so right here you can see that they already, as a precedent, they already use this area as parking. So right here you can see the start of that car. These are the 2 hemlock trees that we're proposing to be removed. We are proposing that we replace them with 3 native trees. And our approach to this parking area was that, considering they already use it as a parking area, we'd really like to level out the area so that any parking that continues, we limit the amount of runoff that is going into the road and into the salt marsh. So by leveling out that area and having people park, things won't be running off into the road as much as they would be if they're just parking there on a pretty steep slope.
Is there anticipated to be any ledge removal?
No, we do not want to remove any ledge. We're trying to make this as naturalistic as possible. So any ledge that is discovered in the area, we're proposing we leave and it remains. We don't want to jackhammer any ledge out. I think from the PDF in the project description, we do have stated that we'll need to excavate some part of the grade to bring down the corner in order to make it a level area. So over here is probably where we will most likely run into a little bit of ledge. And our proposal is that, you know, our conversation with our contractor will be, wherever we run into ledge, we want it to remain. We'll kind of reorient the wall if we need to a little bit, or we just want it to kind of die right into the ledge and not remove anything.
You talk about the planting plan a little bit, in terms of trees and.
Yes. I can zoom in a little bit so we can see the planting plan a little bit better. So we're proposing 2 quaking aspens here and here, and then a tupelo right next to the parking area. And then in addition, we have some shrubs that are going in, some arrowwood viburnum, some hydrangea arborescens, and then some New York fern filling in the whole area. So we're trying, the lawn doesn't have a very good chance of surviving in the area, the existing lawn. So we're proposing that we strip a lot of that lawn in the area and try to bring more natural vegetation to the area.
The landscaped area is currently maintained as lawn.
I can bring it right back up. So we have some patches of lawn and just some open mulch beds here. So we're hoping that by bringing in a lot of ferns and natural vegetation, it will naturally fill in so that we don't need to use any mulch in the area. And all of this lawn will be replaced by ferns and shrubs. And you can kind of see down here as well that there's just some spotted lawn in here that doesn't really do very well. So, and it's not a benefit to the ecosystem either. So we want to try to make that a little bit more invigorating.
On this photo, on these photographs, where is the mulch bed in relationship to the parking that you're proposing?
So this corner right here is kind of the corner we used to identify where we want to start this curve coming in. So the mulch bed is, see if I can kind of split the screen a little bit so we can look. Oh, sorry. So we can look at them at the same time. So this whole mulched area is within our parking area, and then on this whole side is the area above the wall right here. And these trees right here are the existing tree. Oh, sorry. If it helps, I actually can probably rotate this plan too, so that we could be looking at it. All the text will be upside down, but we'll be looking at it from the same angle.
I'm just trying to understand in the photograph where the no, can you go back? Can you
Yeah.
go back? So you're saying sorry.
It's okay.
Basically the wall would run like this, correct?
It will run.
Because that's where your tree is, which is right here.
So that's our existing tree. So I'm
Right.
saying it'll run like this. And it wouldn't go right at the edge.
Bottom of the wall is right here, which is pretty close to the tree. So, oh, you have a different angle here. What's that angle based on? The main road is over here,
And
so
then this is the tree
angle
here.
is more like that.
So this is this is the driveway right here.
So if you do encounter ledge and you want to be able to put 3 cars in, would you then raise the grade to avoid cutting into the bedrock here?
So we want to bring this corner right here. This is the main corner that we'll be excavating and bringing lower. The entire road slopes. I think there's about a 10 to 14 inch pitch between this corner right here, or this corner right here, and this corner. So we already know that this entire it's not going to be perfectly level. And we don't want to manipulate the site enough to make it level because it just feels like it's too much. So we know that like we have to follow the grade of Gammons Road here. There's no way around that. So we're using the wall to try to get this as low as possible and have the parking area be as level as possible. But we know that it's not going to be perfectly level.
And this is the construction is gravel, is that correct?
Yep, it'll be permeable gravel.
Well, until it gets compacted. I mean, my personal feeling is that we should have proper delineation and proper grading so we know exactly what's going to happen in the long run. That's my personal opinion.
So we clearly do have jurisdiction here. I don't think that that's in question, but I don't think we can really go much further with this without a wetlands delineation and absolute delineation of those lines, the 50, the 100, and the edge of the salt marsh.
Just to add a quick note that the salt marsh is actually on the abutting property. So we would need to obtain permission to either officially delineate it or to just walk the site to just get an idea of where the salt marsh is and walk out with like a measuring tape. So we would need to get permission from the abutting property owner to do that.
I think it could be done with something like Near Map, where you can pretty clearly see where the edge of marsh is.
Okay, so you use near map instead?
Yeah, I think we could make an exception that it
Okay,
be done that way.
I'm doing that right now, and it's I'm just going to where the woods stop and where the grass begins. I'm not sure if that's the marsh delineation or not, but it's even if just at the edge of woods, it's just about 50 at the closest point. So
So Charlotte, if I can share my screen, I've got it up without any trees here.
sure.
Thanks. Can you see that?
Yes.
There we go. So this appears to be the approximate edge of the salt marsh here. This would be the 50-foot buffer. This would be 100. So actually, it looks better on this.
And what our plan is.
Yeah. I mean, the 50-foot buffer stays in the road here by the looks of it.
Mhm.
Really, I guess what would be in question, you can see that this line doesn't quite agree, and these are based on contour lines, not necessarily corrected for evident vegetation, but it's possible that this is actually the edge of the salt marsh right here. So that's something that, maybe simply by going to the road here and looking over there and seeing if this is Phragmites, which it very well might be, that you still could probably use near map and find that you can estimate it here. And if that's the case, then of course all these lines move east. But we would like a certified wetland scientist to evaluate at least the aerial photography here, to do that and sign off on it. Now, if they're not comfortable signing off, then it clearly they'd need to get out there and walk it, and you'd need to get permission from the abutter. But I'd be comfortable with one of the wetland scientists to try to do this from air photos. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I think that would be sufficient for me.
Sure. Sam, and even if they are, in the 50, I don't think it's going to be by much.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
There'll be plantings.
Yeah, the 50 might still be in the road when it's all over.
Comfortable with that.
But again, I think that we want to be on the record as having somebody sign and seal this.
Okay.
Charlotte, there's a couple people who would like to speak.
Yes, so we had Mr. Moscow at 98 Gammons Road. He did request permission to speak. Do we want to promote him to speak?
If all the commissioners of
Yeah. Oh, of course.
Yes. Certainly, please promote him.
Okay, 1 sec. Hi, Keith.
Good evening. Do I get to see my face or no?
You have to turn
Yes,
your
if you
video
turn
off.
on your video.
Oh God, where is that?
Lower left.
Well, I don't need to. You
Lower
can hear.
left.
You can hear me.
Yeah.
So, number one, thank you for your work, Emily, to depict what you're showing. I'm an architect, been in practice for over 35 years. I do most of my work on the Cape and Islands, so work with many conservation commissions. And I encourage our clients to not build in the buffer area unless there is some sort of hardship that wouldn't allow, that makes it necessary to request permission to build. And I look at this site. It's a 2.5 acre site, almost 2.5 acre site. And there are many locations where what your goals are could be accomplished. It's not our job or my job to design it, but there's ways you could accomplish what you want without being in the buffer. In reviewing the plans, there is a graphic scale, and I saw there was 1 dimension, but when I look at the plan, there's something wrong. It's either the cars are depicted too small or the Gammons Road is depicted too wide. And I don't know what it is. I didn't take, I mean, it's your plan, but there is something wrong with it graphically. And if you're going to be doing the additional work, that would be good to know exactly what the dimensions are of your parking area. I agree with the commission that it will be good to have real data as to where the wetland lines are and where the setbacks are. So we all know what you're talking about. And then lastly, it's not an issue for this commission, but will be an issue for you and your clients, because per the zoning bylaws, you're not allowed to park in the front yard setback, and you're not allowed to back out onto a public right of way. So that's just a heads up that those are issues that you're going to have to deal with as well when you go to get permitting, and they will play against this project. So I encourage you and your team to look at other locations to put the parking on the 21 Greenwood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
So that sort of begs the question, is this a private way or a public way? I have a list of the public ways somewhere in my files, but it'd take a while to find them.
This is technically a private way according to the neighbor survey, done by Covenaro Consulting.
I think the way the bylaw is written, if I'm still being heard, I'm not sure if I am.
You are.
Is that parking and loading spaces shall be arranged so as not to require backing of vehicles onto any street. So I misspoke when I said public way versus private way, but they say any street. So I'm just pointing that out. That's going to be an issue.
I guess the point is it could be one of three things. It could be a public way, a private way, or a shared driveway.
No, it's not. Well, whatever.
We have a lot of shared driveways that appear to be town roads or city roads, private or public. So that's sort of beyond our jurisdiction anyway. So it's a moot point to us. I think our main concern is that the wetland be properly delineated, and then we know whether, and just for your information, Ms. Musko, that we have a very strict rules for the 50-foot buffer and considerably looser rules for that 100-foot buffer. So we would, so that 50-foot buffer requires a variance to work in, and the rules are quite different there.
Yeah, but I hear what he's saying. I mean, looking at the property, it is, they do have other, they have a lot of space to work with. So your message is heard.
Well, and if it turns out that it is within the 50, then we get in a circumstance where we would we only issue variances for rare and unusual circumstances, and that's where that argument may come back if this is in the 50-foot buffer. Not likely between 50 and 100 feet, but certainly within the 50-foot buffer, we would want to be assured that somehow that this was in the public interest rather than the private interest to work there.
Understood. Agreed.
So I think that we're I'm not sure whether we need to go to an NOI if you came back to us with a proper survey. So we could continue this, and that'll give you a chance to resolve the issue of where that edge of marsh is and where those buffer lines actually fall within your project.
Okay.
So I'd encourage you to continue.
Charlotte, why? What suggests that this wouldn't need an NOI?
Sorry, what suggests that this would need an NOI?
That it would not need one?
It's up to the commission. So if the commission finds that the work, like we know the area is jurisdictional, so that's not the question here. It's whether the work needs a notice of intent under the Wetlands Protection Act and or the bylaw. So that's up to us to decide. So there's nothing that says in the application itself, whether or not it needs an NOI, that's up to us. So, you know, based on the information that you've heard so far, it would be up to you to determine whether or not you think the filing needs further permitting, or if we can condition it in a way where it won't need a notice of intent.
So I can certainly, we can entertain a motion to require an NOI if
That's a positive determination.
yeah, a positive determination.
Or you
If you'd like to,
can,
if any of the commissioners would like to make that motion, rather than see a continuance, then now's the time, I guess. Or we can continue to explore the feasibility of that before.
and
before
Tom,
making-
before we make any motions, we do have two people in the audience. I can read the comments from one of them, and another one is asking permission to speak. Do you want me to read?
Yes, of
comments?
course. Yes.
Okay.
Well, let's let the speaker go first, and then you can read the comment that where somebody does not want to speak, but they just want to post their comment. So
Okay,
let's start by promoting the person who wants to speak.
okay. Hi, Jill, you're muted.
Hello, thank you for having us all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think Keith said it well. This one is a little interesting for us who live on Gammons Road, because again, it is the beginning of our lovely kind of private road. And the fact that this is turning into a parking lot, as well as no one has mentioned, but there is another part of the plan that has for trash. And we don't really understand what the trash really means. But for us who live here and love the natural habitat that we enjoy, you know, having a parking lot and a trash bin every time you enter our lovely place is just kind of sad. And given the fact that there is ample space for parking, if you look at the aerial plan, it's very obvious how many cars can equip with a 3-car garage as well as a huge turnaround. I guess we just don't really understand why this is needed.
So the trash and recycling area, they already put their bins down there. The trash and recycling trucks cannot go up their driveway and retrieve their trash and recycling. So they already store them at the bottom of the driveway and bring them out that way. That's not where they always will be sitting. But we're trying to make a more attractive area for hosting those items. And then in addition to what you're referring to as a parking lot, I don't really consider a pea stone area with cobblestone something that really refers to a parking lot, considering there's no asphalt in the area. We're trying to, our approach is trying to keep it very natural and very just appealing looking. We agree, we don't want to create an area or a view that is not appealing to people driving down the road. It's a very quaint and beautiful road. And so, you know, in addition to creating this parking area for our client, we're really trying to increase the amount of vegetation in the area to try to buffer the view of this from oncoming traffic or cars and just beautify the area in general. So
yeah, I guess from our standpoint, having any car park there is a problem. There's been several times when we can't even get into our road because of so many cars on the road. So I think this is just going to add to the problem and not fix it. We would rather their guests go into their driveway. That's what we all do. We don't park on the street here on Gammons Road.
So let me interrupt. This is straying from our jurisdiction. We don't have any power to determine the parking situation on any of the town streets. So we as the commission have to stay within the boundaries of our regulations and bylaws. That's not to say that, Ms. Standish, that your comments are not pertinent to your neighborhood, but they're not germane to our conversation here.
So, is there someone else?
Yeah.
Charlotte, you said you were going to,
Yes, I can read the comments that they typed, and then if she has follow-up questions, she can raise her hand. So this is Marcia Hertig of 58 Gammons Road. She was earlier clarifying that I believe it's public way for Gammons Road, and then her first comment was not a question but comment. Not at all appropriate to have both parking area and recycling area on this area so close to Gammons Road, let alone so close to wetlands and a beautiful conservation area given by Dorothy Remick. The use of that area as parking has been fairly recently, perhaps 2 months without formal permission.
Again,
Emily, did you have any additional comments to that?
No, I think that Tom said it well. I don't want to invalidate what any of you are saying in terms of the beautification of the street and the parking area, but like you said, it's not necessarily relevant to the conservation conversation. So, but it is something that can be continued as a conversation between us.
Okay.
and if there's any town bylaw that this may trigger, would go to planning board, I would think. Planning or perhaps ZBA, but probably planning board.
Yeah, Emily, I also recommend it. It sounds like some commissioners would like some more information on the wetlands. So if everybody wanted to continue the hearing instead of issuing a determination tonight, we can get that information. And you're welcome to obviously speak with the applicant to see if they want to address any of the other concerns that were heard tonight that are outside of our jurisdiction. There were some comments obviously brought up that may impact zoning or planning. And then of course, some other matters with parking and aesthetics and, logistics with Gammons Road. So
Definitely.
So I'm going to give you another. I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
I'd like to make one more comment.
Yes, sure.
Depending on where the 50-foot buffer is, basically the road is the 50-foot buffer, which in effect makes the 50-foot buffer useless, which then tells me that what we really should be worried about is the 100-foot buffer, because that's what's really controlling the situation going into the resource area. And I think this is important because we often think of the area between the 50 and the 100 as kind of a more relaxed zone, but if it's really doing what it needs to do, if the combination of the two buffers is what's protecting the wetland, then we really need all the information that we possibly can have, and that includes wetland delineation, grading, maybe a couple test pits to understand where they're going to hit ledge and not hit ledge and how they're going to handle it. I think right now the whole plan is a little uncooked, and so we don't really know what the end result's going to be. We know approximately there's a wall and approximately there's parking, but we don't really have a final plan here. And I know that Chris McIntyre on a previous NOI suggested that if it's in the resource area and it looks like it might be confrontational, that we really should have it was an RDA, that really we should have an NOI. So that's I kind of think we should. I'm willing to go one more time and if they want to try to make clarification, but I do feel that that the more information that would be supplied with an NOI would actually educate everyone better to make a good decision on this.
Yeah,
Chris-
yeah,
Chris-
I agree, and the more I look at this driveway, I'm just curious of why they have to do it off the road instead of, there's a, you know, why it can't be out of the 100 foot as well as the 50. It looks like there's ample space that would allow that.
So I can reshare my screen and then you'll be able to see the contours of that area a little bit better, and it's significantly more steep where we would be needing a significantly taller wall than what we're proposing. I understand that that would help in terms of being outside of the buffer, but we would be required to excavate more land and disturb more area. Even though it is outside of the buffer zone and the resource area, it would still be disrupting more vegetation in more areas. And also I'd just like to note that, so I know that the neighbor survey is not necessarily relevant to our project area, aside from us trying to inform where the salt marsh was. But there's a significant amount of their property and their house and their backyard, patio, stone walls that are all within the 50-foot buffer as well. And so just as a note, I can share my screen and show the conservation or the topography if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay, let me just bring it back up.
Mr. Chair, it has been over 20 minutes, just,
Yeah,
you know.
we're gonna wrap this up here pretty quick.
So right here, I have it underlaid and you can see the topography right here as being a lot steeper of a section of the driveway, and that's the same on both sides where they extend. So in order to put the parking area anywhere in the middle would be a little bit more complicated.
So Ms. Sanchez, I think you can probably save these arguments for your return.
Okay.
I want to give the commissioners a chance to make a motion. And Chris, either Chris, are you?
Well, I don't need to make a motion. I mean, if they want to come back, they can come back, but unless everything is in order when they come back,
I guess my
then
question-
I'm gonna make a motion, so.
My question is, even if we do come back with that information, is that going to satisfy what you're looking for? Because I know that the next meeting is postponed for the holidays.
Yeah.
And so we'll be out another month and a half or so. And so just in terms of efficiency, we would be happy to have a wetland scientist come out and to update our plan to have everything flagged appropriately. If everyone thinks that that is going to provide sufficient information, but
It doesn't really sound like we have reached consensus about how this would move forward, other than we don't have enough information at this point. I think, I don't know what the sentiment of the board is. We would find out, of course, if somebody wants to make a motion to issue a positive determination here, which means you'd have to come back with an NOI, which might be in your own interest anyway, because it would forestall coming back on a continuation, only to find out that the sentiment on the board was to come back one more time with an NOI.
Charlotte, do I need a reason behind a positive determination?
No, only
Okay,
to really
then I'm gonna-
confirm.
Then I'm gonna make a motion to close the public hearing and make a motion to issue a positive determination for this property.
Which,
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say
Good
that it
project.
would be helpful to just kind of reiterate what the commission would want to see through an NOI, but you don't need it for the motion. But for the positive determination, you would say +4, that the work is in a buffer zone and will alter a resource area under the act, therefore needs an NOI, and then +5, the work is subject to review by the bylaw. So +4 and +5.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to Fine. Say +4 and +5.
Second that.
We'll move to a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland, Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 5-0-0. Okay,
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
next, public hearing for an amendment to NOI 1920 at 70 Border Street. Do I need to read this in, Charlotte, since it's already, okay. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, December 7th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on the Zoom platform for NOI 1920 at 70 Border Street. The subject is for a revision to the dock design.
Charlotte, before we move ahead, has this permit expired?
Mm-mm. So this is a 2019 permit. It did receive a COVID tolling provisions extension since it was issued before the start of the pandemic on March 10th, 2020. So basically the way the math works is you add 462 days to the expiration date. And when we calculated that, and George, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was February 2024, which would be the extended expiration date.
Okay.
And to introduce the applicant, we have George McGoldrick, who's the applicant, and can't see their name, but I believe a consultant from Rivermore Engineering. Hi, George.
Good evening. George McGoldrick, 107 Border Street. Thank you for hearing us tonight. I have Peter Falk from Rivermore Engineering as well. And we may have a contractor, Steve Lynch, may come on at some point, but he's stuck in traffic somewhere. The purpose for coming back in front of the board is that we've had extreme difficulty in trying to build the pier that was approved years ago. If I can share my screen.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Sorry. I was just pulling up the approved plan.
Okay.
Did you want to do that, or would you like me to?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Okay.
For those of you that might not be familiar with the area, it is a piece of property that I own adjacent to the lobster pond. Historically has always had a pier in this location. The picture that you see here, that particular pier was there from, I'm told, around 1950 until 1978. Prior to 1950, there was a very large pier that went from the lobster pond all the way over to the parking lot at Atlantica, and was used for lumber coming in and out of the harbor. Once that started to deteriorate, this piece here that you see was left. And the family that I acquired the land from used that until, as I said, 1978, when that storm knocked out this, and then they never rebuilt it. It basically was a gangway from the road down to this platform, and then another gangway out to another platform, and then a third gangway out to the pier out in the water. I've actually never asked the question, but I assume that couldn't be replicated because that's the first two sit on land at low tide. So I came in and got an approval for about 100-foot pier with a gangway and a float. When we went out to start construction and did some soil testing, we found that there was significant ledge. And so the concept that we got approved on, which was basically to build the pier with 28 pilings, would not work. So I literally have spent the last 3 years trying to find a solution to it. I did find a company in Maine that has done work where they have been able to put pilings on top of ledge. And as you can see, and we'll see from Peter Falk's drawing, if we are allowed to do this, then is a significant savings to the resource area, where instead of having 28 pilings, we'll have more likely 6 to 8 pilings. The only thing I need then is one of the conditions, in fact, the last condition, condition number 53, says that we cannot have any construction equipment on the tidal flat during construction of the pier. The only way to build this because of the tides is to have a mini excavator out there to help dig for basically a day, so that we can get down and put the rebar into the rock. So the request is to just amend the existing permit and change the language in 53 to allow us to have a mini excavator out for 1 to 2 days per piling, so probably a week or so, based on the tides. Again, the benefit is that instead of having 28 pilings, we would only have 6. I know that there was a question that Charlotte had mentioned about the drawing that we sent, and I've actually sent the supplemental one tonight. So Peter's here in case anybody has any questions about how it actually would work.
Yeah, George, if you're able to pull up the stamped plans that you sent me today, that would be great, because that was one of the, yeah, thank you. And if was it Peter Falk, if he can hear us, it'd be great if he wants to add anything.
Can you hear me now?
Hi, yes.
Oh, hi, good. Great, I'm glad you were able to pull those up, and I can answer any questions on it. If you want to look at the location plan and the section first before we get into the details, that would be in the drawing before that. There we go. You see on the left there on this section is is Border Street and the stone wall that separates the ocean from the sidewalk. It's a short skewed section of dock that extends over to the next 50-foot section, and our first bent of concrete piers, be 2 piers there, just sitting off, just probably about 10-15 feet off of the sidewalk. Another 50-foot on is our next bent, second bent, with 2 more concrete piers. And then as you move to the right, the last bent that will support the end of the gangway as it tips down to the float at the other end. It's quite simple design. Superior Docks has the design on the gangway and the ramp, and the float is, I'm not sure, George, who's designing the float for you out there, but it is shown out there. And if you're interested in the details now, we can go to the concrete and how that is anchored and cinched into the rock. 4 rock anchors for each.
Can you pull up side by side the original detailing versus the proposed?
Chris, could you turn towards your microphone? You're kind of fuzzy there.
Sorry. I think my microphone's fuzzy. I'm asking whether or not we can see the originally approved plan detailing as opposed to the proposed.
Here is the original approved plan. So the only thing again that changes are the number of pilings. Oops, sorry. So you see it here low. So this is the approved plan, and there's 14 times 2, 28 pilings.
Wooden pilings or concrete pilings?
No, these were wooden piles.
And they were driven. They were theoretically driven into the bed.
That's
Well,
correct.
they couldn't be because the ledge is too close. They wouldn't work.
Understood.
but I'm just trying to understand what was approved and what's being proposed. And what was this was not a metal gangway, correct? The original?
The original was a wooden this is the gangway. The gangway is
okay,
always metal.
Right.
This is referred to as the pier.
Yes.
Yes, it was gonna be a wooden pier.
And what was the size of the beams on this? Or I'm looking.
So I'm sorry,
That,
when you say
the plan, so I don't know what you're referring to it as, a ledger, a stringer. What's the size of your stringers? 2 by 12, I think I see. In the plan, right above the word
Yeah.
gangway, I think it says 2 by 12, a little to the left. To the left.
right here,
No, to the left. Oh, is that the deep? No, go a little to the left if you would.
They're
Right there. So the
showing
string,
they're showing a 4x8 timber frame if you move back to the right on the original.
4 by 8. And what is this? What is the size of the metal?
the width is 3 feet.
The width is 3 feet. What's the height?
It's the same height as what you're seeing here.
No, but now if you go to the metal, what is I mean, it's showing something that's quite thin in profile.
The new plan?
Yeah.
Aluminum railings.
This piece right here,
This here?
I'm gonna call it a stringer for lack of a better term, right here.
That's a gangway. That is, if you understand what the gangway is that we talked about, this is a typical gangway, aluminum gangway, right? What we found was that this company can make it in lengths of 50 feet.
Okay, so in order for it to span from one column to another column, right? The structure is this piece that goes across. And I'm asking what is the thickness of that piece?
Chris,
Yeah.
if you look at their superior design, is that you're looking at more of a truss system that uses the rail system as part of the truss. That's why it's able to span the 50 feet and not have such heavy members down there. You're looking at a double truss basically, and they use that side rails as their rail system and their structural system all in one welded frame.
So do you have a cross section or something that can tell me how thick this is right here?
Do we have any of the superior dock drawings? George, if we could show them.
Well, I guess you'd say this is to scale right now, right? And so the pier got a thickness to it, right? This is
Diameter of the pier is 18 inches.
okay.
And those are 8x8 pressure treated timbers that span between the two.
Okay. So if that's 8, then that's about 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty much a platform or grading system.
Mm-hmm.
Support the people.
Will these piers be cast in place or will they be prefabricated?
They'll be cast in place.
Cast in place. So I think one of our concerns, of course, is when you're pouring concrete out here that we have adequate protection for spillage and the like. So can you describe how you're going to do this with respect to tidal phase and catching any stuff that's falling off or whatever.
So unfortunately, the contract, I don't think Steve is able to join us tonight, but he has got a 40-year history of dealing with the South Shore in terms of concrete piers, pilings, seawalls. He in fact was the gentleman that rebuilt the old Salt House seawall a few years for us that came out terrific and will last another 300 or 400 years for us. So again, I can't talk for him, but he's got significant experience in doing this.
But it's good to know that you've got an experienced contractor, but nevertheless, we'd like to see what the plan is.
Tom, do you mean you want to see the contractor's suggested approach?
Yeah, I think
maybe
so. Yeah, that's one of my questions is, you know, how you can have some sort of boom system here.
Yeah, most likely it will be a boom. He'll
Yeah.
probably be pumping it through a boom from the street.
You guys may or may not have followed the conversation about what's happening at Atlantica, but at that time we were quite interested in how they plan to contain the construction materials during construction, and I think we need to do the same thing here as we did with those guys. So I think we really do need to see that the plans for how to contain any materials that are spilled or whatever, any excursions from the site.
Yeah, we're certainly happy to have within the revised permit, you know, having a boom system to contain any kind of issues that come about.
Yeah, I have another question too. I noticed, maybe you can go back to the plan view where you showed the limit of shellfish. That's a part of the tidal flats that I've spent a bit of time on, and I'm wondering how that line was actually drawn. If it was drawn, of course, on mussels and oysters, it's probably good, but in terms of clams, I'm skeptical that there's no clams out there.
Let's see how we get.
Yeah, there was a plan view that you showed, or just scoot up just a little bit and zoom in right there. I see a dashed line with some leaders that say land containing shellfish. How was that line determined?
This is the original plan that Cavanero had done, so I don't have that answer for you.
See wetland note 1. Is that on this plan, wetland note 1?
No.
Did we receive any letters from Department of Fish and Game or
DMF?
any? Yeah.
So all of the approvals had been received, and the DEP approval has been extended as well.
I'm interested in, I'm
summer.
seeing in our file, typically they'll issue a letter. I don't see that in our file, and in that letter, they'll often include recommendations, oftentimes.
Remember, Chris, that this is an approved plan we're looking at, so it
I
wouldn't
know
necessarily.
that. I know that, and I'm getting to my point, which is if the approved plan included letters from DEP, which which specified or recommended that they don't have a barge sitting on the resource, I would be interested in seeing that. I'm just not seeing it in the files right now.
So George, just to clarify for this updated plan, did you receive any like, do you have, or could you find those documents about the updated design from DEP or DMF or anybody that you went through for Chapter 91 and other permits? It could also sometimes even be an email. Sometimes DMF just sends, email
Yeah.
recommendations.
No, this is actually the first step is to go through you guys, I was told.
Oh, okay. So they
Okay.
wanted you to get an amended order of conditions first before you go back through.
Correct.
Okay, makes sense for Chapter 91.
I think our concerns might really ultimately focus on that containment of construction debris and the excavation itself. That's the only reason I bring up the shellfish thing here. Is how were you going? What was, I believe the approved plan was to build out and set those piles from the pier as you advanced towards the channel.
That's correct.
Is that accurate? Okay. So now, I mean, the real big change here is, at least in terms of impact to the tidelands, is the excavation and the heavy equipment to do that.
Correct. And hoping that obviously having a few days of having the mini excavator out there versus having 28 piles forever is a good compromise.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, it's certainly an improvement to put in fewer piles rather than more. I mean, there's no question in my mind about that. Nevertheless, we need to have some more information, I think, about this, whether or not what the disturbance is actually going to look like, what sort of protections are going to be deployed to contain material. I mean, it's not. I mean, the rest of it's approved, right? I'm not contesting any of that, but certainly how you're going to construct this and the degree of excavation that's necessary. If you've done any probing out there to know how deep it is to from the top of the sediment down to bedrock?
We have, and that's when the problem arose. It varies from 2.8 to 5, and there's one section of 8 feet, but we don't think we're going to be digging in that. So what the contractors needed, if we were to do the traditional, was 8 to 10 feet of muck and mud. And as I said, we hit 2 feet right off of the road. We hit 5 feet, about 50 feet in, and then it varies. There's actually, you can see the ledge outcropping right here.
Yeah.
So like for here, we hit like 3 feet, then here we hit 6 feet. So that's the reason I'm here, unfortunately, all these years later, just because of the ledge.
Do you have any idea how large an area would have to be excavated in order to have a clean area to put a form into?
So if you would entertain me and see if I can get the contractor on the phone.
Sure.
As I said, he's stuck in traffic. And not picking up. So I obviously would love to get approval. It's also December and we're not gonna do anything. So if you're so inclined, I will get a list of questions and come back at some point to make sure that we have everybody's questions answered.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, one of the concerns I would have is that if you have a 18-inch pier, so you need an opening, call it 2 feet, just to get that down in there. But depending on how the material is, you could either get away with digging a 2-foot hole, or it may continue to fail on you, in which case you might end up having to excavate 10 feet by 10 feet to get there. So is there a way for them to do a little test pit and see what they can come up with? To try to figure out how big an area is actually gonna get disturbed for each of these piers?
So I certainly will get the contractor to address that.
Okay.
He may be thinking about using some type of a caisson in
Yeah,
order to give himself that room and hold back the earth. I'm pretty sure,
Yep.
Buck, I'm sure he's going to want to use something like that, which would basically reduce the area that's going to be disturbed if
Sure.
he uses temporary caissons.
yep, okay.
So
Right.
something like, what, a 3-foot diameter corrugated pipe or something of that nature, and
Exactly.
yeah, and so, of course, once that hole is excavated, then you need to drill in to put your rebar in there.
Correct.
How deep will those holes be, and what it said number 8? What's the diameter of the pins that you're going to put in, and how many do you put in per pier?
For each pier, we have a number 8 bar is 1 inch diameter.
Okay.
And we have 4 of them going in at a depth of 18 inches for each one.
Okay. So I presume that's going to be done with a rock drill of some sort.
Yes, yeah, and it's going to have to straddle over the hole and in the caisson.
So that would be done at low tide?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, that's going to be done.
And that would be done with the same mini excavator after it's been excavated, then you're going to mount a rock drill on that same machine, or are you going to have to bring in a different?
Yeah, I don't know, Tom, because Steve probably would be better to talk more about that.
Yeah.
That would be his issue, but I would presume what you're saying is going to be accurate.
Okay. So
And
those are all-
again, we'll get those answers for you.
questions that I'd like to see answered, for sure. So, I mean, my main concern is disturbance of the sediment here, and containing your rock dust and any debris that also might be generated. Have a spill plan in case some of that concrete is spilled. Yeah, I think those are my main concerns. Just
Yeah, how much of what's the size of the barge that's gonna be sitting on the resource and for how long?
We'll get all those answers for you
okay,
from the
great,
contractor.
Great.
great. So it sounds like I think what we'll do is we'll have consultation with Charlotte. She'll give you a list of questions so that anything that we might not have thought of tonight, we can add to that and get it to you as soon as possible. Probably, what do you think, Charlotte? A day or two, sometime middle of next week?
Oh, do you want me to just send like a list of what we just talked about of the information you want to see?
Yeah, just to make sure that they've got some boxes to check. So
Okay.
back and I would urge the commissioners to think this over, and if they have questions that hadn't occurred to them tonight, that they submit it to Charlotte, and so that we don't go through this 2 or 3 times. Let's stick it the next time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if people want to call me like tomorrow or Monday, I can send a list by Monday just to give George and his team enough time to kind of get those things together, because they have to submit a week before January 4th, which would be, I think, December 28th. So just, if you guys are comfortable with maybe thinking about it for 1 or 2 days, I can put that together for early next week.
Oh, we've got the whole weekend, don't we?
There you go.
The only other thing I'd be interested in seeing, and I don't know if everything is in our approved plan folder we have in OneDrive right now, but if the previously approved plan, if there were any letters from the state, I'd be interested in reviewing those.
Okay. I can find those. if I have them in the original file, I might be able to scan them in.
Okay,
And
so.
George, our next meeting's January 4th. Does that?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Great,
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
welcome.
You.
All right. So next up is public hearing for NOI 2332 and stormwater permit 2325 at 175 Lambert's Lane. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public meeting on Thursday, December 7th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for NOI 2332, SWP 2325 at 175 Lambert's Lane. The subject is pond dredging.
And just to clarify too, I believe the work will occur on 175 Cedar Street, but Sarah and Glenn, please correct me if I'm wrong. So we have Glenn from the Cohasset Golf Club and we have Sarah from Beals and Thomas.
That's correct. You're correct, Charlotte.
Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte, I also have my colleague Nick Santangelo on the Zoom.
Sure. Perfect.
He's an engineer working on this project with us. Thank you all for your time. Good evening. As the chair mentioned, my name is Sarah Stearns. I'm a professional wetland scientist with Beals and Thomas, and joining me is Glenn Machazek, the superintendent at Cohasset Golf Club, and my colleague, civil engineer Nick Santangelo, also from Beals and Thomas. So I'm happy to approach this however the commission would like. I can share my screen and give a broad overview, and then we can have a discussion and we can try to answer your questions if that works.
Please.
Okay. Okay, everybody good with seeing the aerial? Great.
Yes.
I'm trying to squeeze it on one page here, but so this is the overall property, as you can see, made up of a few different parcels. The golf club itself, I'm sure many of you are familiar with over the years, is about 140 acres or somewhere in that ballpark. We are proposing to dredge the pond in this corner of this parcel, all in the town of Cohasset, even though there is a small piece of the course in Hingham. All of our work is proposed in Cohasset. So this pond where my little hand is over right now is approximately a 3-acre irrigation pond. This was a human-made pond back in the 1940s-ish. So it's been here for quite some time for the sole purpose of irrigation water storage for the club, and has been used since. Glenn and I have actually been talking about doing this project for like 20 years now, if you can believe it. So it has finally risen to the top of the priority list, and this is why we're here tonight to discuss it with you. The goal is really just to remove decades of accumulated sediment and debris and really help convey water through this low area of the property and beyond. You can see from the aerial, shift up a little bit here. This whole dark area over here is an enormous BBW, bordering on Turkey Hill Run, which flows this way off property. And it is, you know, at times with the water coming through this low area of the golf course in a very small and very flat area here to convey large amounts of water at certain times of year, can back up. This pond can breach its banks occasionally. And really what we're trying to accomplish here is to just really help convey water in this area a bit better, address any kind of nuisance flooding on the course itself, help aesthetics, and, you know, perhaps help water flow a bit more efficiently through this area ultimately. So in our notice of intent, we have talked about some of the methods that Glenn has discussed, at least preliminarily with the anticipated contractor. This is a contractor that Beals and Thomas has worked with on a number of similar dredge projects. We actually just completed one. This is a ecologically minded contractor who is very well versed in working in and around wetland environments, so very thoughtful approach to these kinds of things. I can switch over to the plan now. We have this little aerial overview here in one of our plan sheets, just to give the commission a sense of the scale of the project. So we've got the pond here, and the proposed haul road for material up to this area, upland area outside of jurisdictional buffer zones and whatnot, already disturbed and used by the club. So it was a perfect place to anticipate dumping the spoils. The haul road itself is largely on club property, other than the Cedar Street crossing. So again, just trying to find a short route in upland areas to the disposal area. And then just sliding down this way to talk about resource areas a little bit. Again, this is the proposed grading plan. We did do a bathymetric survey of the pond earlier this year, maybe late last year. So these contours are accurate. We wanted to get a really good sense, an accurate sense of what the pond bottom looks like today, so that we could talk to Glenn and the club about, proposed depth and trying to, do this so that it doesn't need to be done any more often than need be. And the idea behind this is that this dredge would become a maintenance project every 20 to 30 years or so. Hopefully we're not all still talking about this again in 20 to 30 years, but that's the idea, to just sort of put it on a program, which is, a pretty common thing for these irrigation ponds. And what we've outlined here, we've kind of color coded this a little bit just to make it easier for everyone to see on screen. It wasn't like this in the submission package, but we can certainly prepare that if this is helpful. But essentially the bank of the early section of Turkey Hill Run, where this pond has an outlet, is shown in a darker blue. The pond bank itself is shown in this lighter blue, with the BBW shown in green. This pinkish color is the 50-foot and 100-foot buffer zone. So obviously we're working in the resource area itself and the buffer zone. So this is one of those projects where, we're getting our hands dirty in the resource area itself to help improve it and get it to a place where, we've got a better area for the water storage and conveyance. I think methodology for the dredge itself will either be done from shore with a long stick excavator, material put into dump trucks and sent on the haul road, or depending on the stability of the pond bottom, the contractor may build a temporary road to excavate directly from the pond bottom and have trucks running in and out. That I've seen it done multiple ways, both successful, and again, sort of depends on the contractor's thoughtfulness on protecting the resources while this is happening. So again, I think the club has preliminarily thought about a particular contractor with experience doing this, but remains to be seen as we get through this permitting process. I just also wanted to mention, and then I'll pause, the project has gone through MEPA review. We do have a certificate for the ENF that was approved. It is currently, our section 401 water quality certificate application is currently under review with Mass DEP. We've gotten a few questions and we've had a few back and forth emails with DEP. So I know they're looking at it, but that review usually takes a number of months. So this review is being done concurrently with that. If we, or when we get our water quality certificate, we'll certainly pass that on to Charlotte if she's not copied on it already. But that's really where we are. And, you know, Glenn can give any history or background about the club and the use of the pond and kind of the goals for it beyond what I've talked about, or, you know, between the three of us, we'll do our best to answer any questions that the commission has tonight.
Charlotte, Tom, I need to recuse myself.
Thank you, Sanji.
Commissioners, questions?
Is there an alternative to dredging?
So one of the things that was an exercise that we went through for this project as part of the MIPA process, actually. Hydro raking is an option. Just needs to be done more often, and you really are limited to kind of scraping any vegetation off the pond bottom, but not digging into the sediment itself. That's really it.
So let me ask you a question. You've said that this is a cyclic type of thing. It's going to basically what we're looking at here is a sediment collection pond as well as a irrigation pond, and you're saying it's going to fill back in 20 years and you're going to have to do this again. So is there a methodology that would prevent it from happening again? I mean, are we getting sediment from the stream that's coming into the pond, or are we getting sediment from the land around the pond? And if so, like what percentage is coming from which?
I'm not really sure I can dissect it to that level, but this is a very normal process with any kind of water bodies, that you're getting runoff, and with that you're getting leaves, you know, any kind of debris beyond just sediment. There's vegetation around the edges of some of this pond that breaks down and just, you know, builds this organic layer over time. Because this pond is used as part of the club's maintenance and operations, it's important to try to maximize that storage, to be as efficient as they can with their water usage and being able to capture and store as much as they can. If this pond wasn't being used for anything, I don't think there would be any call for dredging if we weren't experiencing any kind of issues. Maybe they never do it again. It's really just sort of up to how things are looking and how the pond is functioning. I believe this pond was dredged, and Glenn should jump in here, but it was dredged one time before many years ago. I'm not sure what the...
Yeah, I mean, I'm going off word of mouth. I got some pictures. I can try and find some dates on it, but it has been dredged twice, to my knowledge. I think the sediment buildup is it's a fairly flat piece of property that runs flat for, you know, good half a mile out through a small stream. So it does get choked up. It overflows the banks, and when you have no velocity to the stream, all the sediment that comes in during flooding periods, everything from Turkey Hill Run comes through this property in the upland area, is just settling out into this body of water. So over time, the accumulation. The issue what we're having is we lost depth. So we get a lot more vegetation and algae in this pond because the sun's getting through and promoting more vegetation. And we're noticing the past few years that the water temperature has been increasing. And for our usage of the irrigation and the sole intent of why this pond was built in the 40s is to irrigate water. And it's essential that the water's cool. And when we're hitting high temperatures in the high 70s, it's not as efficient. It's not as good for what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, I certainly can understand that. I guess my question is, why would why are we looking at a solution that is temporary? I mean, can't we, if we're
I
going
mean,
to, if we're gonna
well-
go through this on a periodic basis, and you're saying that you want it to be deep, you want it to be cool. I don't see this, I'm looking at this as a very temporary solution. Even if it's 20 years, it's still temporary.
I mean, I think the end all be all is if we clean out Turkey Hill Run all the way down to Straits Pond. And that's a very insurmountable task, and it's off. We can only control what we can control on our property.
But Turkey Hill Run is, maybe I'm mistaken here. Which direction is water flowing here? It's coming in from the right and leaving on the left, correct?
Yep.
So,
Yes.
okay, so what's happening on the
Well,
left?
it comes in two ways. It comes in from the right from the golf course, which starts at Lambert's Lane. It comes in that way. That was a man-made drainage ditch. The real water flow comes across those narrow bodies of water from the bottom, and that comes across the MBTA line all the way up to Turkey Hill Run, draining about 700 acres.
So you have algae growing in there. You probably have significant nutrient loading from the treatments on the course, I'm imagining. So that's why.
Well, I don't think we got nutrient loading coming from the golf course going in there. Everything we use is, I mean, I'm privy to share our fertility, but it's all slow release nitrogen. We're very careful with the buffer. And, you know, Tom, we were working with Tom Bell to start studying some of the water, the nitrogen loading going down the Straits Pond and the Weir River. And I honestly don't think we can do water quality. I mean, at some point we probably should do water quality tests, but I bet the water going out from the property is cleaner going out than it is coming in. That's been my history, even at the other golf course I managed out in Harvard. We're the sponge. We're taking the nutrients.
What about, I mean, I know that certain herbicides and stuff have a tendency to accumulate in the sediment. Is that something you've looked at? Because I'm thinking about where this is getting dumped.
Well, I mean, the chemicals of the spoils that were taken out of the pond.
So I can answer that,
Yeah.
or I can jump in. As part of the water quality certificate application, sediment testing is required in both the pond bottom as well as the disposal area. So we did go through a round of sediment testing and lab analysis to understand what any contaminants or materials are, what levels, and there was nothing in either the pond bottom sediment or the soil at the disposal area, the preferred disposal area, that would create any issues. It passed every level. DEP, as I mentioned, is reviewing it now, but there were no red flags. So that basically that's sort of a early step in that process. So you understand, you know, what may be coming out of this pond in the sediment, and if it can be disposed on your property, or if it has high, you know, heavy metals, for example, then it wouldn't be able to be disposed on the site. It would have to be trucked off to a disposal facility, and there's a whole process for that. So we've gone through that process with DEP, and everything is clean.
So you've done some sediment testing. So do you have those numbers for us? Brian?
I don't have them as part of this application now.
So I'd be interested in, particularly in loss on ignition, to tell you what proportion of your sediment is organic and what part is mineral.
Is that something that the commission would like to see? Is that related to the act in your review?
I think that it bears on how you might actually do your excavation.
I think
you've got a high loss on ignition. You've got an organic sediment, and of course you're going to have to build a causeway out there to do any sort of excavation because it's not going to support vehicles. It also opens up an opportunity to do this presumably by pumping that stuff out instead of excavating it.
Yeah.
Because if you have a high loss of ignition, you probably have, it's water saturated, organic sediment, and it would be amenable to pumping it out.
It's, I suppose, possible. I guess we're gonna have to get into that level of detail with the contractor as we continue through the process. And now that I think of it, Mr. Chair, I believe that Charlotte may have been copied on our water quality certificate application. So she may have that lab analysis in her file. If not, I can send it to her. Send her a
I
copy.
can check my emails. I know I was like looped in on the meeting. I don't remember if I received it, anything after that, but I'll double check on my end.
Yeah, it's all e-file now, so it's
Yeah.
harder to copy people on, but I thought we had created a PDF just so we could share it with interested
Okay.
parties. But anyway, we can talk about that offline.
I mean, this is an artificial reservoir, so it's a disturbance that's already taken place, structure, if you will, that's already taken place within the resource area. So it seems like that modification of an artificial reservoir like this is feasible in terms of our bylaws, but there's a lot of questions here. Obviously, one of them is, of course, I see that there's proposed excavation in the stream bed of Turkey Hill Run. That's not an artificial structure, and so that's probably not going to no, there's questions about that, I would say. The artificial drainage ditch is a different story.
And just so you know, Mr. Chair, the calculations of the work within land underwater include both of those.
Yes, I know, I can
panels.
see, yes,
Okay.
I can see that. The input stream, probably not an issue. The output stream is in fact the stream itself, you know, it's not an artificial thing. So probably that's that part of your project is questionable, whether that can move, that part of it could be excavated.
So if I can, that part that goes out from that pond is also human made. Turkey Hill Run doesn't start until it gets, I guess more south of that area to where we actually have a bridge, and it comes across from the MBTA straight across, and it's a straight shot through. That channel was what, back before it all became flooded, that channel was the connection from the irrigation pond. They actually created, there's still a structure in there to control the water level of the irrigation pond. So that piece that you see on Sarah's plan there is actually a man-made portion.
And so you have documentary evidence of that?
Yeah, I got archived aerials.
Okay. And obviously I see there's a coffer dam there, so, you know, adding turbidity to Turkey Hill Run would be an issue. So are you going to pump the water out of this thing before you excavate it, obviously, right? You can't.
Correct.
So how's that going to work?
In what regards, with downstream flooding, or just?
Well, I presume you're not going to breach the dam and flood downstream. I'm just wondering. I'm inquiring about the details of how you're going to dewater your pond. That's going to be one of the first steps in the whole process, I presume, and then somehow you've got to keep it dewatered.
Correct.
So do you plan to divert the input stream? So let me just say that a dewatering plan would be something that we would really want to see here.
I think it's very hard to share the screen and talk at the same time, but bear with me.
Sure.
I believe not I believe, but I know we have our construction sequence laid out in the notes in the plan here. our presumed sequence anyway. The idea initially anyway is to schedule this project at a time of the season where the pond is drawn down at its lowest to start with. Like, let's help ourselves out as much as we can by having Glenn, irrigate the course and draw from the pond and, use that water. And then from there, there would be a pump set up. And again, I can certainly summarize that in a supplemental way if that's helpful for the commission. I can, Glenn and I can probably talk to the contractor and get some more specificity on that. Now that I know they've been out here and walked it, and they may have some other ideas that we can share with you. But yes, I think the dewatering and the sediment control are kind of the two main points in my mind. Prepping for the work and actually doing the work. And as I mentioned, we just finished a successful dredge project in probably the wettest summer we've had in quite some time. Just these like heavy driving rains overnight and just creating a huge mess. And, we added secondary and tertiary turbidity curtains on that project because there were times where there was just no controlling the sediment. And so adding layer upon layer of protection was the way that we were able to get through that. And it was a huge success. The one we did with this same contractor the summer before in the drought was a lot easier because we had no rains to contend with. The unexpected piece of it is always a bit intimidating as well. But I think, again, working together and coming up with a plan that's robust enough to be able to handle that is really kind of the key to success in this project as well. So I think that's all part of it. And, I'm assuming we'll meet again in January and we can come back to you with maybe some more detail on that and just sort of suss out this sequence a bit more.
Yeah, so it looks like you have 3 to 6 acre feet of water to dispose of here. And presumably you can pump it uphill and put it on the fairways and greens, and that would seem like a viable way of dewatering. You certainly probably wouldn't be allowed to just discharge it down Rattlesnake Run or down Turkey Hill Run. So if that's part of the plan, that's good. We'd like to see, I think, just at least a bit more detail about that if we don't already have it.
Yeah, I think we can come up with even just an exhibit that sort of articulates that in a graphical way to help portray a clearer picture of what we're thinking. And as I said, I think it would help for Glenn and I to talk to the contractor too, to get their input early on to see what they're thinking based on, other similar projects and what has been successful and what hasn't worked quite as well.
So you're going to remove 11,000 cubic yards and put them on top of the hill to the north. Is that correct?
Correct.
And of course, they're going to be saturated when they get up there. So what are you going to do to contain that?
So we initially thought we would dewater in this area. Again, it's a conversation that we should have with the contractor, because it sort of depends on how dry we can get the pond. If we can excavate in the dry, there's no real need to dewater and then drive it up the road. I think we can just dewater in this area and protect right on site.
Well, that's where your sediment analysis is going to, you should be able to figure that out pretty quickly from the sediments samples you've probably already collected.
Yeah.
Have you done a wetlands analysis in that location where you're dumping?
Yes.
You didn't find any?
No, it's quite high. And there's nothing mapped. Just, using Mass Mapper and then doing a a reconnaissance in that area. It's upland.
The state has a wetland marked right where you're.
Yes, it's not correct.
Like
It's an error.
like a lot of the state.
Yeah, that's why we go, that's why we go out
wetland.
and field. Yeah, that's why we go out and field check it, because we did notice that, and it's on the top of a mound, so it's not, it's inaccurate.
Okay, good.
I'm glad you caught that, though. Good eye.
Any other questions? So I think we do need just a bit more information that you're a solid dewatering plan. You are going to be working in the buffer area.
Yes.
So obviously you need a variance for that. And you want to go back to, you had another one that showed your limit of work, I believe. Another plan view. That showed a preliminary dewatering
Oh, yes.
file and
Right here.
yeah.
Yep.
So can you describe again how, first of all, what sort of machinery you're going to use here, and why you need such a large staging area, if that's what it is, or I'm not even sure what it is. The hatched area, not the heavily hatched area, but where it says approximate location of temporary construction area.
What's that? Yes. This is what I would call a worst case scenario type area. This is just to paint the picture for the commission of this is the extent of where we think we would be working if we needed all this room. I don't think we probably do. Again, I think if we're able to utilize the pond bottom itself to get an excavator safely balanced in there and loading end dumps to run up and down, I think that's all we're going to need. We're not going to, necessarily need a huge laydown area. And we're not necessarily going to need a huge dewatering area. This is just sort of the extent of what we think, if everything is difficult to move or requires specialized equipment, or we need to stage an excavator in this area to reach from the shore. Again, just tried to move as much of that away from the BBW side of the pond and work in an area that's already managed to stage. That's really all that is.
I think we'd probably like to see most of that staging, or as much as possible, outside all of the wetland buffers.
Up here.
Yep, up there.
Yeah, I mean, the grade changes dramatically up there, so I don't think that would necessarily be as usable, but we can take a look at that.
Yeah, you obviously can't reach into the pond from there with your excavator.
Right.
You're not going to be able to reach the middle of the pond anyway with the excavator.
Right.
So I don't see any way of doing this without actually taking an excavator into the pond. Creating that temporary gravel construction road would probably, instead of just going out to the middle, it's probably going to have to turn into a donut, sort of.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I mean, assuming the bottom is stable enough to do that, that would be the ideal scenario. But I think this is just sort of planning for, in the event we can't, and we know that we can't access the pond from anywhere over here. It's very wet. It's wooded back here. We've got the stream coming out. This area too is part of the golf course. It's a playable fairway. So we're pretty limited to working up in this area for a number of different factors. So again, just sort of worst case scenario. But we can, take a look at what else we have at our disposal.
Yeah, I think we want to see an alternative to this.
Okay.
Construction layout area that's outside of the buffers.
Okay.
Is there vegetation being removed during this process?
So there's a portion of the bank over on this side, if you can see the tree line, that has become vegetated in parts. Essentially, I think because this pond is manipulated and the water level rises and falls with the course's use of the water, it has created kind of a shelf of emergent vegetation, and some bank. Part of this is a vegetated bank. So yes, over in this area, there will be some vegetation. Go back to the grading plan. There will be some vegetation lost along this side of the bank.
Isn't there an island out there too?
An island in the pond?
Yeah.
I don't believe
Where-
so. There's a,
Or is it just where this tree is that it's more filled in?
There's like a small island when I walked out there with Glenn. It's kind of a little bit further north from where Turkey Hill Run is. Yeah, around this area, maybe a little bit further out.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. A little
Sorry.
bit. Yeah, like that up there. Yeah, maybe from the contours.
Okay, yeah.
So we kind of assumed when we were walking the site, we're like, I mean, based on the dredging work, will that have to be removed?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
this grade shows that this is
Yeah.
all
Right.
going to be, taken down to a smooth grade.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we when we were on the site, just so the commission's aware, we were Glenn and I kind of looked at this area, and there may be some bank that needs to be altered, so we just have to update that in the NOI form. And then DEP had some comments about whether or not BVW is being altered, so we'll just look at that. And then there is some temporary alteration to riverfront or permanent based on the grading work, so that little area inside right before the cofferdam. So we just needed to clarify, I think, BVW and bank, if there's any temporary or permanent alterations there.
So no work in riverfront area. This is
Oh,
land
okay.
underwater as part
So-
of the, like.
Oh,
the
okay,
depth of the
so that's
stream.
not within the 200-foot riverfront area though?
No, so the yellow lines here or orange are the riverfront area associated with median annual high water of this channel.
Okay.
So
Okay,
So it certainly is within the riverfront.
because it said like 1,400
No,
square
well,
feet in the
well-
ENF letter.
Actually.
yeah, the ENF,
Actually, it is a resource, it's in the resource.
it's in the, right, so this is a land underwater tabulation. It's
That's
not median annual high water or river, the
Yeah.
surrounding riverfront. We're just in the channel itself, the channel bottom.
Right.
So that's what I meant when so this calculation, if we end up doing this was just to like, if we're gonna be working in the pond, we should, also try to clear the way here, since we know that there's sediment buildup right outside of that outlet, or right part of that outlet. This land underwater work is calculated with the pond
With the total.
and this ditch. Yeah, so that is part of the numerical information that was submitted with the NOI. That's all one number.
Okay. Yeah, so
Obviously
that-
much smaller than the pond itself, but
Yeah, with the numbers, I think I had the same questions like with BVW, because there's that area of BVW that's kind of close to where the bank is. And then,
Right.
any altering of the bank with tree removal, I think we just need to see that
yeah.
on the plans and on the form.
And we may be able to tweak the grades a little bit to, like, I noticed down in this area, maybe where the bank, we may be able to work around that here and there, just so we're avoiding that to the extent that we possibly can. So we can go in and sort of fine tune this where needed. And then if we can't, we'll update the numbers and we'll talk to you about that further, make sure that's acceptable to the commission.
So the surrounding grade inside the pond looks pretty steep. If you had a geotechnical engineer look at this and comment on the stability of your banks when you've carved out down to 19 feet, you're dropping at 10 feet. And I just wonder, it depending on what the material is there,
Mhm.
it may or may not be stable. So have you had a geotechnical engineer look at this?
Geotech, no, our civil engineers did review this, and in coordination with Glenn as well, who has gone through this before. But again, this is something that, you know, when you go through the permitting, again, this is the ideal scenario, but if the material does not warrant it, this dredge is going to become a lot smaller. And we've pivoted on other projects when that has been the case as well. So it's 11,000 yards or less, I guess I could tell you. And I can maybe provide some additional information on, you know, what the slope stability looks like and why we feel that this is appropriate, if that's helpful for you as well.
How does the water passing through this pond impact the Turkey Hill Run?
Impact in what way? What do you mean?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. How does it impact? I mean, if this is a man-made pond and it was made at a time when people didn't even care about it, I mean, I'm going back to the idea that this is a temporary solution, which I'm not convinced is the best solution. So I'm asking, how does this water influence?
I'm not really sure I can answer that question, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, this is part of a very large system where everything is flowing toward Turkey Hill Run. I don't think that there's really a way to itemize how, you know, a particular section of all of this water ends up, you know.
Yes, but you've said that this pond is man-made.
Correct.
The stream that's filling the pond is man-made, or the one channel is man-made.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, should this actually be connected to Turkey Hill Run, whatever you call it, or should something be done to actually to break the system and to channelize the natural system into Turkey Hill Run and not this system?
Well, I think then we're talking about a much bigger project. You know, if we're trying to isolate this pond, you know, and all the water coming from this area and all the water coming from this area is, you know, I don't think that's really going to be able to be contained in this pond. This is sort of a clearinghouse area, not just this pond, but all of this entire area. So I think that's a bigger question and a bigger study, certainly.
Yeah, well, it is a bigger question and a bigger study, but you know, in a way, we're looking at two sides of a coin. On the one side of the coin is this is a man-made system, so we should be able to do what we want to do, but we don't really want to look at it as a man-made system. We want to look at it as part of the big system. So I'm just not convinced that by the dredging. I mean, I understand you have successful dredging situations, but I don't understand. There's not enough facts for me to really understand what the implications of this dredging is going to do to the bigger wetland system.
Hopefully improve it, because
hopefully is not the
well, I mean, there's no even as we sit here today, there's not necessarily an impact to the natural wetland downstream. This is more of a project that the club wants to undertake because they use this pond. And you know, we mentioned that the pond is human-made because it's the history here, but it's still part of a larger system, and it's still contributing to the larger system out here. And I don't think we really want to, you know, overly manipulate it, but we're here just to talk about doing a clean out for the operations of the club. It's not, you know, we're hopeful that will help convey water as part of the system in a more effective way, because, you know, it really necks down very quickly. And we know there's not a lot of topographical change from here as the stream goes forward. So anything that we have the control over that could possibly do to help that, that's part of the equation as well. I don't have all the answers. It's a focused project, so this is really just the goal is to help the club present a permittable project to the commission.
So the pool elevation of the pond is about the same as the wetland just to the west. So it's not much.
It's very flat.
The flow is very
flat,
very slow.
All of this is, and as Glenn said, the MBTA tracks are down here, and there's a lot of water that gets pushed onto this property from all those culverts beneath the tracks and the pond and Hingham, etc. So there's just a lot of water accumulating in this area, and it's very, very flat with very slow conveyance.
Well, in the sense that the pool elevation isn't much different from the wetland, it actually makes your job somewhat easier in terms of containing any loss of sediment downstream.
Yep, that's true.
So I think containing the impacts to just the pond are probably feasible. I don't see a problem. I am concerned about the slope because you may be dredging sooner than you think. If that slope's not stable, it's just going to slough off into the bottom of the pond, and you're going to have a broader pond, but it's going to be shallow again.
Yeah.
So to kind of speak to this to Chris's concern, which I think is legitimate, that we don't want to see you guys back in 5 years or 10 years wanting to do this again, even 20 years. But so I think it's really important that you do have a stable pond when it's all said and done, stable size.
Agreed. Yes. And I don't think the club really wants to ever do this again. This is a very costly, messy project.
There is
once in a lifetime is enough.
And we'd like to see a good engineering solution to this. We don't want to have any doubts or as few doubts as possible that this is going to impact the wetland, or that pond's going to grow laterally because the sides are sloughing down into the bottom of the pond. So I think that we need a little bit more assurance. I think I do those very steep sides that you've shown here really are going to be stable. And just going in there and starting to dig and do an improv doesn't sound like the best approach to me. So a little bit more investigation of the bank might be useful. Some simple coring, a look at what's on the bottom of the pond in terms of, is it 20% organic matter, or in which case there are other ways of actually getting rid of that. For example, I know that's probably a pretty well oxygenated pond because it's got a big fountain in the middle. So
it does. Yes.
So I would think that a lot of that organic matter that ends up there is going to degrade because there's enough oxygen for the bacteria to eat it. But still, I think some numbers would help.
Okay.
I mean, maybe it's already been done, and it's just a matter of looking at the work the test work that's already been done, and you can just send it over to us.
Thank you.
Sarah, sorry, I couldn't find the 401 stuff. I have the ENF submission documents.
Okay.
I don't. So yeah, we can look for those. I just didn't see it in my emails.
Yeah, and now that I'm thinking about it, like I said, they require e-filing now. So
yeah,
I can't remember if we made a PDF to share or not. I'll be able to find it easily.
Okay. No problem.
Okay.
Are there any previous drawings from when this pond was made?
Glenn does have some historic drawings and photos around the club that he has shown me before. We don't have a permitting trail or anything like that, design plans, but we can see from some of his historic aerials and maps what it did look like.
We would like to see those.
So when you get in there, considering the landscape here and the pinnacles that you can see from your bathymetric survey, are you going to stop when you hit refusal here with your excavator, or you're not planning to remove any bedrock here, right?
No.
Okay.
No blasting or anything of that nature at all.
So did you attempt to determine the thickness of sediment out there?
I'd have to go back in our file. We've been working on this for about 1.5 years, so I need to go back and see what all of the data that was collected during the various visits to the pond consisted of, to be honest with you, which I will certainly do.
So you don't know, don't even have anything other than that a rough estimate of 11,000 cubic yards of how much material you're actually going to remove.
I believe that estimate came from probing. I just don't know if we did it or if the club did it or if we did it together. So I don't want to speak out of turn. I just want to look at first where or who did it or what we have for documentation.
Sure.
But that usually we'll probe, just from a small boat or something, and, measure the accumulated debris that way, and accumulated sediment. So I believe that was done. It may have been done even at the same time we did the bathymetric, but I'd like to go back and look at that and talk to Glenn about that, because I know he's done some of that on his own with his staff. But that's what this was based on.
I mean, the assumption here from the contours that are proposed and the contours as they exist now is that you're going to have a flat bottom.
Smoother. Yes, I may not be completely flat, but smooth.
Yeah. So the question is, how much of that actually is soft and how much of it can't be removed?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just stop if we're, we just want to get that accumulated material out. So I don't think that, we certainly don't want to overdo it. There's no reason to take out more than is necessary. This is, again, just sort of, I don't want to say worst case scenario, but the biggest that, the club would even want to go.
I don't think that's an issue for us, is whether you take out a lot or take out a little. Really the issue, at least for me, is slope stability on the perimeters and what you're going to do with the spoils when they come out. I'm just wondering, you might go out there and find out that when you start measuring how deep the sediment is, you've got a lot less than you think there is. In which case, maybe it's not worth doing at all. Maybe you can't remove much.
Yeah, do we know what the max depth was historically? I'm looking at old photos, and it looks like it's just expanded an area. I can't tell if it was ever very deep, but it started out very small and it's just grown in area. So is the argument is that it's to remove accumulated sediment, but how much, what was the depth at one point that would lead us to believe that it's sediment, it's not just shallow?
Well, I think we're looking for the soft material, the organics and the soft material that is settled from decades of just washing into this pond and debris. I I guess I'd have to compare to some old photos and maybe do a bit of research back in time to be able to help answer that question. And as I said, you know, it sounds like when they last did this project, it didn't, you know, go through a permitting process like this, as things, you know, tended to be in a different time of environmental regulation. So, you know, it's hard to put the pieces together sometime accurately.
In midsummer of 2022, you can see a lot of rocks sticking out of the bottom of this thing. That's the way it looks. And that island is bedrock. There's several other little pinnacles sticking out just to the northeast of that. And then another large one.
Yeah, I think, you know, as far as I know, we're working around any bedrock. We have not discussed any kind of rock removal. So if that ends up being the case, then we can work around that. This is just sort of the maximum footprint.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I'm terrible with time, but it's definitely been over
It is time.
20 minutes. So it sounds
So-
like we want a continuance
Make
and,
another list, Charlotte.
oh, sorry.
Shall we make another list and submit it to them?
Yes,
So they can.
I had some comments, and Sarah, I can send you an updated list, and some of the questions have probably already been addressed. So I can send an updated list with some of the commission's comments that we just discussed tonight. And then, you know, same thing that we did with the last hearing. If anybody has any follow-up questions that they think of after tonight, if you can send them to me, preferably by Monday or, you know, early Tuesday, that would be great. And then I can get that over to Sarah and her team so they have enough time to prepare stuff for the next meeting.
That sounds great. Yes, so Mr. Chair, we would like to respectfully request a continuance to January 4th.
Granted. Okay,
Thank you so much for your time.
you're welcome.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks,
Take care.
Okay, so. Let's see here. Okay, next up is a hearing for NOI 2324, public hearing for NOI 2324 at Turkey Hill Road. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, December 7th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Be remote participation on Zoom platform for NOI 2334 Turkey Hill Road. Subject is invasive species management.
Oops, I'm sorry, Greg, and wrong one. Sorry, Greg.
No problem. I'll be back.
Yep. I was promoting the wrong people. I'm sorry. Please give me a moment.
Sure.
So I am promoting, we have Wayne and Julie from the trustees. Wayne is the applicant, and then the property owner is the town of Cohasset. Wayne can start off, and Julie, feel free to chime in as well. She's in the process of being promoted, and then I can follow up with some other regulatory stuff. So Wayne, do you want me to pull up the wetlands delineation?
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay.
So, thank you everyone for your time today. I was going to just start with a brief history of this area. Back in 2016, this area was forest, and it was cleared using Community Preservation Acts from money from the town of Cohasset to enlarge the field and basically make it better habitat for grassland nesting birds such as bobolinks. A few years later, 4 or 5 years later, we noticed that there were some Phragmites growing up in the field and other wetland type plants as well. And we wanted to, treat the Phragmites and other invasive species that were popping up in the field. And due to the nature of the management agreement, it was brought up that we need to get this area delineated, and that led to filing an NOI, which is why we're here today. So this area was first delineated by Catherine Barnacle, and then we had it double checked by Brad from over at ERC Wetlands. And this area is primarily characterized by, I think, about 4 large patches of Phragmites with some other wetland species scattered throughout. It's unique in that it is above upland forest, which makes it a little bit strange as far as wetland goes, and it also is non-connected wetlands. So the proposed work that we'd like to do here, basically to manage this as a wet meadow, we'd like to mow it annually. The timing of that would kind of be determined by when it's dry enough to get a tractor, and or we have a tracked skid steer with a mower attachment as well that might be able to mow it during slightly wetter times. And we'd also like to treat the invasive species present in this area on an annual basis. Basically, we'd like to cut and drip herbicide for the Phragmites, and then apply a foliar application for the other invasive species, which include multiflora rose. There's some buckthorn in there, oriental bittersweet, black swallowwort, and I think it's spotted knapweed. So the cut and drip would be done with glyphosate, and the foliar application would be done with triclopyr and a non-ionic surfactant. Both of those would be the EPA approved wetland formulations of those products. I think I covered the basics in there. Julie, is there anything that I missed that you'd like me to add?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for sticking in for these long meetings. Yeah, I think the only thing to add to what Wayne has said is that we look at all of our invasive plant control efforts on our properties using an integrated pest management approach, where we're trying to use the most environmentally sensitive but most effective means of managing our habitats. You know, the reason to control these invasive species is to improve native plant habitats and wildlife habitat. So I think I will leave it there and see if the commission has questions. Or Charlotte, were you going to present aspects of it?
Yeah, just a couple permitting clarifications. So, well, actually, I will just add too that we did go out twice with, again, 2 wetland scientists, and we did also find hydric soils. So that's another reason why, even though this wetland is a little uncharacteristic of a typical wetland, we did find hydric soils there. So from a permitting perspective, this notice of intent was just submitted under the Cohasset Wetlands Protection Bylaw. Since this is an isolated vegetated wetland that we're dealing with, and we did have ECR evaluate to make sure it was not an isolated land subject to flooding. That's why, per DEP's clarification, which I provided to you guys, we did not need to submit it to DEP to get a DEP file number, because it's not jurisdictional under the Wetlands Protection Act. So under this notice of intent, we are applying under the Cohasset Wetlands Protection Bylaw. And then a variance was also submitted under the Cohasset regulations for obviously work within the 25-foot buffer to the IVW, and also for the use of herbicides, given Julie and Wayne's explanations in the table that you see here. We provided a habitat management plan in full, so this is essentially the proposed work with all of the proposed methods. We also have sections here on, each type of method, which species it would be applied for, and then monitoring. So we do have the timing of treatments will obviously depend on species and will not occur until after July 15th to be least disruptive to grassland birds, and that the reporting is kind of similar to what we've seen with other projects to provide at least 3 years of reporting and more if the commission sees fit on the status of the removal, the maintenance, and the overall status of the IVW. So yeah, a variance request has been submitted for work within the inner buffer zone and for use of herbicides with this application.
Repeat that last sentence, please.
Oh, sorry. A variance request along with this notice of intent was submitted for the use of herbicides. So it's, I believe, section 39 in our regulations, and then also for work within the inner buffer zone, which is the 25-foot buffer. Since it's an IVW, there's only a 25-foot buffer under our regulations and bylaw.
So presumably, in 2014, between 2014, 2015, this would have just been an isolated wooded vegetated wetland. Then it was cut for the grassland birds. I'm guessing that it's not suitable for the grassland meadow birds that you're hoping to attract. Question is, why not just let it return native plants, let it return to a wooded wetland, and why try to force it to be a wet meadow? I think it's going to be just an ongoing fight with these invasives. I think if you plant native trees in there that you find in the area, wouldn't it kind of take care of itself?
So I'll answer that. So to improve the habitat for managing the whole Turkey Hill field, so not just the IVW, the clearing was done to decrease the amount of edge effect and increase the acreage that could support grassland breeding birds. They need a certain amount of acres. This was returning a field to the size it was previously. And so that's really kind of increasing the habitat for grassland birds. Yes, managing a field takes continual management, right? Mowing, ideally, we would just do it by mowing. Because of the invasives pressure in the area, we will need to do some kind of continual invasive work over the years. We do not anticipate that we're going to have to be spraying the field every year. We're really trying to get it to a level of invasive, less than 5% invasive cover, and then maintain that going into the future. We're hoping that over time, that can be done through mowing, making sure that the plants are not seeding. But we may have to come in instances back and retreat over time as well. We anticipate that, the native species, the native plants that form in the wet meadow are really going to be supportive of those grassland birds. They're going to support more insect that the birds can feed on. There's just a whole additional range of habitat improvements, which includes biodiversity across the site with kind of drier field habitat towards the top of the hill, this wetter field habitat towards the lower end of the field. If we let it grow up, we are going to lose that grassland habitat, which is a significant habitat in the region.
Oh, and I'm sorry, guys. One thing that I forgot to add is even though the submission was not submitted, obviously under the Wetlands Protection Act, we still used the ecological restoration standards of a limited project. So it was an ecological restoration limited project. And we did go through all of the Wetlands Protection Act regulations to provide all of the documentation for this type of project. So it's technically classified as an other category for invasive species management. So just wanted to clarify that we did use the Wetland Protection Act standards to prepare this NOI plan and habitat management plan and variance request.
The Charlotte, does this application allow for continuous mowing?
That would be up to the commission. If it were to be approved through an order of conditions, the order of conditions would obviously kind of have to be either a living document, or you'd have to reapply every 3 to 6 years, kind of like that other project that we looked at earlier this year. So kind of like a beach maintenance plan, this habitat management plan would have to just be continuously evaluated by the commission and kind of looked at in a short-term and long-term perspective. So the order of conditions would only last 3 years, longer if you give it an extension. And then it's up to the commission to decide on, obviously if they think the annual mowing is an appropriate method within the IVW and the buffer.
Well,
It's pretty indiscriminate. I mean, it's going to mow native plants as well as invasive plants. The other part of the plan is targeted. And as Chris pointed out, we can actually identify that in the summer of 2016, this area was clear cut. And no wetlands delineation or anything here. So I guess you need to make the case that ecological engineering is appropriate here. I can understand invasive species removal as restoration to some extent, but restoration actually in this area would be for this to return to a wooded swamp-like environment.
I guess to understand, I mean, if we are looking broadly, depending on how far back you want to look, 80% of Massachusetts was covered with forest. And then, through colonial times, that kind of switched, and we ended up with 20% of Massachusetts covered with forest. And there are different native species that respond to a forested landscape and a non-forested landscape. Mm-hmm. Grassland breeding birds is a guild of species that don't respond well to a forested landscape and are really declining throughout their range because of the kind of reclaiming of our habitats writ large back to forest, and losing a lot of landscape as well to development over hundreds of years. So they're really a guild of species that we're focused on protecting. They've lost a lot of their natural habitat, they've lost prairie habitat, and these large grasslands where we can provide habitat for these species are really unique and an opportunity. But they are, in a way, cultural grasslands that we're maintaining with a lot of native species that occur there as well. Goldenrods, asters, bee balm, Joe Pye weed, both wetland and upland grassland species, grasses as well as forbs and wildflowers are really supportive of these species and other species of native insects, butterflies, pollinators. And it's really these diversity of habitats that make the situation so important. And so what we're trying to do here is maintain the whole habitat to support these grassland birds, native pollinators, native plant species that don't have the habitat in a forested landscape. And these landscapes do need to be maintained. They need to be maintained with periodic mowing, or they will grow up in shrubs and trees. They do need to be maintained by keeping out non-native invasive species that are impacting the native plants. And so that's what we're trying to do with this project, is really maintain a habitat that is uncommon throughout the region to support these species that are really threatened, and do it in a way where we can have kind of the lightest touch on the land that we can, but it does require management or we'll lose the habitat.
I've been trying to follow along a little bit, but is it possible, like, you know, obviously clear cut in 2015, 2016, you didn't realize that there might be a naturally occurring wetland? Like, not, how do you say this? Like, we probably didn't realize there was a wetland there, but should it be a wetland? Like, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand a little better.
Yeah, I wish I could, I wish I was around then. I wasn't working for the trustees then. And, it was done with the support of both the towns of Hingham and Cohasset at the time were really supportive of our effort to improve the habitat for these grassland breeding birds.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm sure it was very well founded. I'm saying we just couldn't anticipate that that's actually might have been a wetland. But now that we do know it, should another parcel be considered to expand the grassland, given that it seems to be a naturally occurring wetland?
Yeah, and I think some of it has to do with changing conditions with what's happening in climate now, groundwater levels changing, impacts of these storms. You wouldn't anticipate having a wetland kind of at this type of topography, right? But there is some kind of discharge that's happening here. I think actually having it be a wet meadow makes this a more interesting area, looking at biodiversity, looking at how we can support our native pollinators, looking at, the food resources. Bobolinks as a species, once they're done on their breeding grounds, they'll actually coalesce near marshes and wet meadows as they're flocking up, getting ready for their migration down to Argentina. So there are additional resources that a wet meadow can provide. So in a way, we're really lucky to have this within this whole system because of the enhancement to biodiversity, having this kind of little patch of vegetated wetland, wet meadow.
Something to note too, a wet meadow is also a type of wetland. So even though it was historically, I don't know what it was historically, but back in 2014, 15, it was more of like a woody wetland. Now it is, essentially considered a type of wet meadow. So that's their proposal for protection of wildlife habitat, to maintain it as a wet meadow, which is a type of wetland. But it's just different from what was previously there.
And just to clarify as well, we're using the wet meadow term, that's with a lowercase w and a lowercase m. The Wetlands Protection Act does define a wet meadow, but that definition is a bordering vegetated wetland. Yeah. And this is isolated vegetated wetland under your bylaws. So yeah, I'm using that term, but it is kind of lowercase, just a descriptor.
Thank you, Julie.
And maybe one other question. I don't know. I probably don't mow enough, or like, can you even mow a wet meadow, or wouldn't you just let it be? Like why would you need to mow it?
Yeah, so the reason to mow it is to keep out the woody species, right? So if you don't mow a wet meadow, you're going to have, high bush blueberries come in. You're going to have, other wetland shrubs come in, and that is going to translate it from being, a wet meadow, which is defined as being dominated by grasses and forbs, to, a shrub swamp. And a shrub swamp is a different type of wetland, and is not going to be suitable for the grassland birds.
But it does have ecological value. right?
It does have ecological value.
How many acres is this, including the 25-foot buffer?
Ooh, good question. Charlotte, did we have that calculation in there?
The whole area that was cleared was 4 acres, so I'd say this is maybe 50% of that. If I had to
So you're talking about
estimate it,
two acres, is that what you think?
it looks like 39,000 square feet.
So that's not even an acre.
But
That's
not
the
that's
size
not-
of the IBW. So like, we tried to clarify that it's selective removal within this square footage area. But yes, I mean, you could also argue technically the proposed alteration, even just temporary, would be, obviously this is just the resource area itself. So sorry, I was supposed to cross this out and write isolated wetland, but this would be the size of the wetland, not including the 25-foot buffer.
Right. So an acre and
Oh,
a
I did
half.
write it here. I'm sorry. Yep.
Yeah, so it's about an acre. Do you have an acre of woodland that's not, does not have wetland characteristics? What I'm getting at is an alternative, obviously, could be just to let this revert to what it was before 2016 and recapture that acre somewhere else on the property by clear cutting it, if assuming it's not within a wetlands buffer or a resource itself.
I think the problem with that is, if you could go back to that map, Charlotte, one of the things that we're trying to do is maximize the amount of grassland habitat. And if you, cut another acre, but it's in a really kind of jagged and doesn't kind of maximize kind of the amount and reduce the amount of edge effect, right? So we could replace an acre jutting into the woods. That's not really going to help these grassland birds, right? Because they want large contiguous acreage. And so having, these little bits off to the side is actually one of the reasons why, this was kind of cleared out to expand the grassland habitat, minimizing the amount of I'm forgetting the term, but kind of the edge to interior ratio. So if you have something that's, kind of a really jagged edge, that's gonna have more edge to interior ratio. Whereas if it's a more smoother, larger edge, then you're maximizing your interior. I'm doing a really bad job of explaining that.
No,
No,
a
no,
circle
I-
is the best case, and it's because it keeps the predators away. I just want to say that I fully support this project, and the thought of cutting down another acre of trees to restore an IVW doesn't seem in the grand scheme right to me. So I'm supportive of this project.
Could it be done without herbicides and without mowing?
It would be nearly impossible to do it without mowing and without herbicides.
And when you say nearly impossible, what do you mean by that?
So to control Phragmites,
Mhm.
as you know, it has a really extensive root system, right? So we would have to be getting in there and excavating out that entire root system to get rid of those plants, damaging the rhizomes, which are going to resprout into additional plants. And so you'd be looking at huge amounts of soil disturbance out there to try to control the Phragmites. Similar to trying to get rid of some of the shrubs out there, it would be going out there multiple times a year, trying to deplete the root reserves, carbohydrate reserves of multiflora rose out there, which is nearly impossible. I mean, we just would not have the staff or capacity to be successful at that. We would actually be less damaging to get out there once a year when the driest time of the year is possible, when we're going to be able to have a tractor out there, or other equipment, and not be causing ruts, not be disturbing the soil, not be impacting, the basis for the ground, and have much less environmental impact than going, once a year, mowing it down to keep the woody species down, going out as needed to spot treat invasives, with really judicious use of herbicide, hopefully knocking back the large populations of Phragmites there in the next year or two, so that we don't have to keep going out and returning again and again, and we might be able to keep it more in check with just doing mowing.
So just to clarify, I wasn't suggesting that you carve out a 1 acre circle in the forest. I would envision just stepping 50 feet into the forest, and clearing it there, and let this part that was a wet woodland recover to where it was. I think in order to do that, however, you probably would have to remove the invasive species.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't object to the idea of removing the invasives, but I do think that there is an alternative here, just by looking at this property, to expand your meadow, and not in a piecemeal fashion. You wouldn't have to go very far into the forest to expand the meadow. You've done it before. You could do it again.
I think it would be, as the other commissioner was saying, it would be, we would be kind of creating the same thing and causing, losing a part of the forest to let this grow up, which probably wouldn't grow up naturally into forest. It would end up growing up into invasives.
Well, that's why you'd have to keep up your invasive control here. I mean, once the trustees have cut it, you own it. And so you do have a responsibility.
Well, we cut it together, right? So this was a project that was supported by the town as well. So it was a project that we did together.
Okay.
So we both own it.
Yeah, so my point is,
figuratively.
think of the other case, which we face all the time, where somebody clear cut something, and our complaint is always that it's going to take 20 years for this to grow back. So this has already been cut. Why would you clear cut something else to then grow this back in 20 years? I just don't think it makes sense. It's not, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like, it seems like the ecological resources that the trustees are providing far exceeds anything that is in this IVW.
Yeah, the difference here to me, I think, is that we're talking about using herbicides in the resource area and to create, I'd be more in favor if it were to be restoring a wetland to its natural state, where in this case it's not what we're doing. We're trying to, I don't know, force this
well, it's being engineered.
where if you were to just trim around, you could go around the whole perimeter of this field and widen it a little bit the whole way, and you gain it all back.
I would argue that at one point in time it was probably a wet meadow, that ecosystems tend to evolve over time and are cyclical. Oftentimes wet meadows are created after, a large wildfire goes through an area, something that we don't really allow for anymore or, see because of, human interactions. So we are creating, in effect, something that probably was there at one time and could be again.
The variable in my mind here now is that we have this terrible issue with invasive species, so many different types of invasive species that are ready to, you know. And so for us to make the jump to start applying herbicides to a resource, in this case, you know, it's hard for me to take that leap in this particular case.
And it's never ending. I mean, you're gonna have to do herbicides every year. You're gonna have to mow every year. You'd be better off digging the whole thing out and creating a new artificial wetland, because you'll fight this forever. And if you put an artificial one in there, you'll be fighting it there too. So.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that if you put in artificial wetland, if we allow it to revert back to whatever it's going to revert back to, it's going to be all invasives.
Yeah.
You know, there are invasives in the woodlands right down slope. There are invasives in the woodlands right up slope. And it is, you know, dealing with non-native invasive species that have an impact on our native plants and animals. They are the degradation, right? So they are equally, in my mind, as degrading to our natural systems, wetland resources, upland resources, forests, as, you know, having to use chemicals to control them. So I think that we can manage the invasives to get to a low level where we're not having to go in there every year and apply herbicides. Maybe, you know, it becomes a periodic application. And also if we're able to go in and kind of restore to a point, then we can keep on top of things like multiflora rose and really address them before we need to do larger applications. And maintain the habitat as natural and native as we can. It also has a lot of European pasture grasses in there as well, right? But we're trying to maintain it with native species to support native species, using the integrated pest management approach that we can, which is trying to be the most effective, least negatively impactful environmentally, right? So trying to.
If this was an organic farm, what would you do?
If I was managing in an organic farm trying to maintain pasture, I would have my pasture animals would be eating invasives to the point where they didn't want to eat the invasives anymore, and they were coming in with Phragmites that they didn't want to eat. It was becoming multiflora rose. I mean, that's why we see a lot of multiflora rose showing up in pastures, because they don't get grazed. And then they slowly degrade the pasture over and over and over until you have a point where there's no native species really occurring there. That's what this would become. Unless you had a lot of people who were willing to go out there and dig up multiflora rose all the time. And unfortunately, we don't have that kind of staffing capacity.
So how do you remove how do you maintain the rest of it that's not in the wetland? How do you keep the multiflora rose out of that and the Phragmites? Well, you're not going to have Phragmites there, but you are going to have things like bittersweet and swallowwort and all that. So how do you do that? You do it with mowing, right?
We do it through a combination of mowing and applying herbicides.
And the amount of herbicides that have been used has been decreasing as we've kind of reclaimed the field. You know, that's the beauty of the integrated pest management, is you're looking at it at that annual basis and saying, okay, what's the best method to use? We're mowing it, we're keeping it down, we're preventing plants from seeding in. You know, maybe we don't need to do an herbicide application this year. Maybe we see something coming in that's new that we know is going to be really aggressive, we have that in our toolbox to hit that as an early detection, rapid response, and get rid of it before it becomes a problem. So it's really, you know, figuring out what's the most impactful and least detrimental.
So to give you guys an idea of how much product I used on the entire rest of that field, it was 3 quarts of concentrate, you know, diluted in, I don't know, about 60 gallons of total spray. So it's not like I'm just dumping herbicide all over the field.
So you're hunting down each of these individual plants and spot spraying them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's what you're going to do. That's what you're proposing to do here.
Yes, except for the Phragmites, we would do a cut and
Yeah.
drip, which is even more targeted.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a tough spot because it's, first of all, it's well watered. So it's an ideal part of your property for lots of stuff to grow, natives and invasive. It seems like this is going to be a real battle for this particular spot because it is so well watered. All of that Turkey Hill water is discharging there when it hits the bottom. I mean, these are very well pronounced wetland soils. Wayne, you and I have walked through there and you've seen the rusty springs, not car springs, but rusty water springs, all at the base of the hill there. And there was no question that this was a wetland when we first looked at it. Of course, we needed to have a delineation. This is a tough spot to keep anything out of. At one time, of course, it had a canopy over it, and there weren't so many invasives around. I just think that this is you're going to fight this battle for decades and never win it.
I think it depends on how you define winning, right? And I think
keep it as a meadow.
If you define winning as it having 0% non-native invasive species, then yes, it will not be won. If you define winning it as having less than 5% invasive plant cover with a really robust number of native species growing within this, including asters and goldenrods and Joe Pye weed, maybe even vervain, some of the juncus, I think that would be a win. And then it is a habitat that needs to be maintained or it would become forest. The whole field would become forest.
Julia, in your experience, or Wayne and Julia, in your experiences with using the integrated pest management approach, do you typically use herbicides in the long run, or are you using it mostly in the first couple of years to obviously get to that 5%? I guess once you achieve 5%, my question is how often would we have to use the herbicides in the long term, other than, maybe some mowing and hand removal? Would we still have to use herbicides maybe in the 3 to 5+ year range?
Yeah, and in our experience, so we are maintaining about 2,000 acres of grassland habitat, so not wetland, grassland habitat. Some of it is wet, some of it is upland. But of the 2,000 acres statewide that we're managing with grassland habitat, we are maintaining that with mowing, annual in some cases, biannual in other cases. Definitely needs periodic mowing, depending on what we're managing it for. So if we're managing it for grassland breeding birds, it has to get mowed annually. If we're managing it for more early successional species, it gets mowed less frequently. And we don't have to apply herbicide every year once we kind of achieve that lower level that we're looking for. But it really depends on what species are there, what species are arriving, the kind of propagule pressure coming in from the surrounding landscape. so I can't really tell you like after 2 or 3 years, then we won't need to use it for 5 years and then we'll come back for a year and then there's too much variability in that. But we do go from, you know, with the spot spraying, the very targeted spraying, and keeping on top of things to using very, very little herbicide.
Thank you, Julie.
You're welcome.
Any further comments?
I'm just promoting Chris McFarland real quick. He might be in the car. Just want to see if he, Chris, did you have any other comments? You're also muted.
It's not this chair.
Nope. Okay. Yeah, I think he's in the car. Chris, did you have any other comments?
Oh, there we go.
You're muted.
Yes.
Shoot, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. No, I have no other comment.
So, does anybody care to propose a motion? No? It's up to me, I guess, huh? Well, yes, go ahead, Chris.
Which Chris, me?
No, Chris McFarland, he's,
You want me to propose something?
no, I just thought you were going to say something because something was coming over your mic there and I thought it was just you talking but breaking up.
No, nope.
Yeah. So my main concern here is the lack of an alternative that we might consider. I suggested that cutting a little bit into the forest. I realize, and in fact, it's obvious when you walk around there that the edge is of the forest there is loaded with invasive species, largely because it's been opened up to the sky. And a little deeper into the forest, I suspect that there's far less of an invasive problem. You think it's the same on the edge as it is in the interior?
Having walked through that forest, it
Yeah.
goes for quite a ways. And
Well, again, my concern is lack of an alternative. I know that you guys put a greater value on the nesting birds there than you might for whatever had once lived there in that wetland forest. It's hard for me to, as objectively, think that one is better than the other. Yeah, Chris? Okay. So I'm kind of torn. I mean, I'd really like to see some alternatives. I think I have fewer objections to using a targeted, I know I have fewer objections to using a targeted means of eliminating those invasives with herbicides and, but kind of what sticks with me is the mowing. At some point, I think that it would be good if that forest were able to regenerate and over some decades with continue to remove the invasive species, but allow those larger shrubs and trees to cover that and eventually return to as close as possible to what it might have been in 2015, then I think there's merit in that. So I'm reluctant to actually approve of all of this myself. I would certainly reject the mowing. But as I said, over time, if you do maintain this by removing the invasives, but not any ash trees or whatever else grows in these hydric soils, it could eventually recover to where it is. I think you could probably gain that little bit less than an acre someplace else that would maybe move your edge back 30 or 40 feet. If you've got a pretty good sized piece of property here. And then you can continue doing what you're doing. And you may find that that's in the long run easier, because all you need to do is mow it. You're not in a well-watered spot if you selectively find those edges that are not going to regenerate things so quickly. So I don't know, would you consider that as an alternative?
I think we would have to discuss that, but thinking of, the state that the globe is in right now, the thought of removing additional trees
We're talking about
is
a few acres here plot. We're not talking about global warming, which I think everybody in the Conservation Commission believes in. So that
no, I wasn't saying
we're
that
talking about
you're-
practical, the practical application of ecological restoration. What can you do as an alternative to your plan?
I think we can talk about that and come back to you, but I think realistically, growing this section back into an ash forest with emerald ash borer coming back in the state is highly unlikely. Could there be other woody species and have it return to forest? That's possible. But I do not think that we would go in there and continue with invasives control, because it would just become part of the forest that's already invaded with invasives, and we would focus on maintaining the grassland habitat.
Okay, so I am going to make a motion. Let me word this carefully. Hang on one second here.
Tom, before you make a motion,
Yeah.
Julie and Wayne, given Chairman Bell's comments, would you want to circle back internally and look at those alternatives that have been discussed tonight and modify the plan, or would you want the commission to make a motion on the project as is?
I think what Wayne and I can internally look at options and get back to the commission.
Okay. So you are asking for a continuance?
Yes, continue, please.
Granted.
Okay. So we'll continue to January 4th, and then, obviously Wayne and Julie will chat offline, and if you need more time, we can always push it down, but for now, we'll just put it on for January 4th.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the good discussion.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
Guys. You're welcome.
All right. Okay, so next is a resumption of the public hearing for NOI 2330 at 573 Jerusalem Road. This has been continued from November 16th. Charlotte.
Yep. Now I'm promoting Greg Morse and the applicant, Joe Cadigan.
Good evening. This is Greg.
Hey, Greg.
Good to go?
Yep.
Great. Thank you. For the record, Gregory Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering. Also with us on the Zoom tonight is the property owner, Joe Cadigan. His contractor is also probably in the audience, CJ Bell, as well. I'm going to do a share screen and show you the site plan. Again, this is a continued public hearing. I had presented this previously. This is a notice of intent that was filed for an addition to the single-family home at 573 Jerusalem Road. Looking at the site plan here, Jerusalem Road is at the bottom of the page. Existing home is located right here. There's two resource areas that we're looking at the site. In blue, this is a bordering vegetated wetland. It's very well defined in the field. It is grass lawn on either side of the BVW, right up to its edges. Also, what we've depicted in gold here, it follows elevation 10. This is the FEMA floodplain at elevation 10. The project is to construct a small addition on the house. The addition is right here. It's a location where there's an existing deck. And so that existing deck would be removed. The addition would go in its place. I'm going to put a picture of the site up. It better shows that area. Hold on one sec. You can see the picture of the site now?
No.
No?
No, we see some kind of application.
Okay, bear with me one sec.
And Greg, I do see CJ in the audience. I'm trying to promote him.
Okay, good.
There we
yeah.
go.
Let me just get the picture here. Hold on. 73. Where did that image go? I never got a class on Zoom. I apologize. We were kind of thrown into it during COVID here, but share screen.
Nope, you're sharing your folder.
Yeah, it's not allowing me to share this photo image. Let me try again. Apologize for that.
Charlotte, do you have that photo?
Unfortunately, no. Sorry.
I think, there we go.
Screen's loading
Yeah,
there.
There we
There
go.
it is. All right. Apologize for the delay on that. So again, this depicts a picture of the house. Jerusalem Road is off on the left-hand side of the page here. The BVW is where my cursor is. This is a well-defined, it's essentially an intermittent stream channel that does have vegetation in it. As I stated, there's lawn on either side of it. The deck is this deck right here. That deck would be removed. The addition gets constructed in its place. The addition is on 6 concrete pilings, which would be installed. You'll see that the deck that's there now is actually on 9 sonotubes. Those 9 sonotubes get removed and replaced with the 6 concrete piers. The plans also depicted a limit of work. The limit of work is an erosion control barrier that would go around the proposed addition here. It's a 12-inch mulch sock. The plans also depicted an area off screen here on the left where we would be planting 440 square feet of native plantings adjacent to that BVW. At the last meeting, there were 2 concerns or 2 comments that we took away from that meeting, which we addressed in a letter to the commission on November 30th. The first was we went back to take a look at the foundation that was proposed for the addition. The foundation that was originally proposed, or that is proposed, are these concrete piers. I met with Peter Falk, who's a registered structural engineer with Rivermore Engineering. We discussed alternatives to those concrete piers. One alternative being reusing the sonotubes that were in place, which he did not feel was appropriate as they don't have footings underneath them, and they're old. We don't have a date on when they were constructed. We looked at the possibility of using diamond pin piers, which are sometimes used in applications like this. But because of the sloping topography of this site, as well as the proximity of this site to the ocean, anything within a quarter mile of the ocean is considered a high wind zone. And where this addition is essentially elevated up in the air, it's open underneath it. It is subject to wind on the sides and bottom of the addition, so you would have an uplift force on it. He felt extremely confident that the concrete piers that were proposed with the footings underneath them are the design to be included. The second item that we discussed was how we would construct the system, construct the foundations. You know, we had discussed using a mini excavator. The mini excavator, as outlined in item 2 of my letter here, the mini excavator would come across the front lawn, would come down the side of the house, and then would excavate for those piers. We reviewed the mini excavator that the contractor is anticipating using. It's a rubber tracked machine. It's relatively small in size. It exerts on the ground about 4.5 pounds per square inch of pressure on the rubber tracks. For reference, a 200-pound man with a size 11 foot exerts 4.5 psi on the ground. So it's the same ground pressure with the mini excavator on the ground. There was concern from one of the commission members at the last meeting regarding compaction of soil. We've also stated in the letter here what we'll do to even further reduce the compaction of any soil would be, we would put the mini excavator on top of a piece of plywood, you know, as it digs for the 6 pilings in place. Where the work is proposed, it is a reduction in the overall size of the structure. You'll note that the addition is smaller than the existing deck by 24 square feet. We're not proposing any vegetation removal. We're not altering any habitat. We have no negative impacts to the buffer zone. We're not proposing to remove any trees. There's no fill or change in topography on the lot proposed. It's no closer to the BVW than the existing structure. And for those reasons, we felt that the commission could vote positively on this request. We turn it over to you.
Commissioners, questions?
Jeff, this is Chris McFarland speaking. I was not at the last hearing, but I did listen to the tape and watch the video. Something that I noticed is that you've got all your mitigation planting pushed to the left side of the plan, or the bottom of the plan. I can't remember which way, and I don't have it in front of me right now. And my big concern on this project is the fact that, my understanding is that there is going to be roof leaders. Leaders are going to transfer water into a stone bed that's underneath the addition. But what we're really looking at is the buffer zone and how that's protecting the resource area. And I just wonder, would it be acceptable to have the instead of all the planting being off to the area that really isn't being modified, would it be possible for the planting to extend itself along the edge of the resource area so that any kind of surface drainage or additional runoff that can't be collected in the gravel could actually run into a vegetated buffer before it hits the resource area?
Right. I think there's ample opportunity to relocate those plantings to elsewhere on the site if you wanted to. You know, what's highlighted on the screen here in red, you certainly could relocate plants in that area or even further a little bit toward the top of the screen. a little bit more as well, because it gets to pretty flat topography as you get down to the bottom there, and the wetland kind of splays out, as you will, as it gets closer to Straits Pond ultimately. So you could certainly add plantings down in that area. It probably is a better situated area. It is in the floodplain at that location. Where they're proposed now is outside the floodplain. But that being said, planting of native species in the floodplain isn't really a negative thing. It would provide additional stormwater quality runoff mitigation. So we could certainly do that if that was the commission's desire.
Further questions, comments?
No, I don't have a question, just a comment that the structural engineer said that they were going to use a mini excavator because that was the quickest. And it's definitely not required, because I had the exact same pier you have here hand dug at my house under a deck. So I know that it can be done, and their only justification was that it was quicker. And I don't think my concern last time was the ground pressure as much as the chance of a hydraulic leak, especially when there is a very limited buffer to this intermittent stream. So I don't know that I just wanted to bring it up to the other commissioners to think about. That's all, that whether we would require it to be dug by hand or not. I don't know.
So, Mr. Marcy, you would presumably have a spill kit on site while you were doing this?
Yeah, certainly if the commission wanted to condition a spill kit be kept on site, we certainly could make sure that the contractor has one.
Yeah. And the contractor would be notified that they're to inspect their machinery before and after use to make sure there's no either hydraulic leaks or and certainly fueling would have to happen presumably at the staging area.
This wouldn't be a multi-day excavation job. I see a machine there probably for a day to excavate them, and then once it's constructed, a day to backfill them. So there's really not going to be any refueling. It's going to come to the site fueled and be perfectly fine.
Okay.
But yeah, we could certainly have a spill containment kit, no problem.
Okay. Any further comments from the commissioners? Okay. Does anybody care to make a motion here? Up to me. So I move to close the public hearing and issue an, oh, wait a minute, I've got the wrong, sorry. Better back up here. Make a motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions for NOI 2330 at 573 Jerusalem Road for a home addition with the following conditions. Our standard conditions would apply here. We'd also have the condition that the excavator as described be used with presumably meeting the specs that were outlined by the applicant in terms of ground pressure, and that a spill kit be on site whenever the excavator is in use. Does anybody want to suggest additional? Oh, and yes, the native plantings be extended from the west side where they are shown in green, be extended down to approximately, what do you think, Chris, where that,
I would say they get extended at least, well, to the bridge, and then from the bridge to, like a 45-degree angle off the corner of the addition.
Okay. Is that clear, Mr. Morris?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Good. So that's any other conditions that commissioners want to offer at this time? With that, I'm looking for a second.
Second.
And so we're going to have a vote here. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy, are you still there? Kathy Berrigan?
Yes, I am. Kathy
Okay.
Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0.
Great. Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh, sorry, we need a variance.
Thank you very much.
Variance.
Sorry.
Yes, of course. I will make a motion to issue a variance to work within the 50-foot buffer.
Second.
We'll have a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Now you're done.
Thank you.
Guys,
Have a
Thank you
good
very
night.
much.
You're welcome. Good night.
Welcome. Okay. Okay, just a reminder that NOI 2323 and stormwater permit 2316 at 205 Atlantic Avenue has been continued until, when's it been continued to?
January 4th, 2024.
2024. So we're going to move right along to the certificates of compliance. We only have 2 tonight. We'll start with NOI 20-08 and stormwater permit 20-18, 90 Black Horse Lane. This has been continued from November 16th, 2023.
I'm just promoting a few people here. And Caroline, I'm trying to promote you. I'm not sure why it's not going through. There we go. So we have Caroline Reese from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors, Sean Papish from Sean Papish Landscape Architecture, and Aaron and Brian Calbert, who are the applicants.
Who's going first?
I guess I'll introduce it. I'll try to keep it very brief. There's a lot to cover, but maybe I'll really brief and let you ask questions. Caroline Reese, for the record, from Merrill Engineers. I think Charlotte introduced Sean and the call bearers. We are presenting modifications to a plan we proposed at the 11/16/23 meeting for hardscape and pool removal and replacement. May I share the screen, Charlotte? Thank you. And I haven't got it yet. Okay, I haven't gotten the share screen yet. I don't see it. Are you share? Oh, there we go. It just popped in. A little slow. Okay, very good. So I'll start with the, everyone see my screen? Well enough? Okay, here's a revised site plan that we submitted. After our last meeting, we took some of the suggestions, met as a team to kind of prioritize the needs of the client. As I understand, and I just can jump in, their main desire is for the pool and to keep the spa. So what we did is we decreased the pool by 2 feet in length. It's in the same position, removed all the hardscape to the south of it, replacing it with mitigation plantings, reduced the size of the patio, and I'll show you a simpler diagram. This is a pervious patio, kept the fire pits and sets over lawn, and reduced the size of the jacuzzi and moved it on top of the pervious patio. Here it is on a flat surface. It's out of the 50-foot buffer to salt marsh. I can remind you of those. Within the 50-foot buffer coastal bank. This is the 50 of the coastal bank. Pretty much encompasses the majority of the rear yard. As a reminder, here's the 50-foot buffer to salt marsh. We don't usually extend, that's kind of an extension, even though we go by the controlling 50-foot buffer, go about here. And then we have a 50-foot buffer to salt marsh on the front. In the front, we further reduced the driveway, keeping the bump out, which is a desire, but narrowed the approach, removed more pavement. So we are replacing a paved driveway with pavement. It's almost the same size. The proposed is 15 square feet greater. But for this new bump out, we added some mitigation plantings in front of the trench to provide an additional buffer to the 50. And one thing I should note with the proposed driveway, there is less pavement in the 50, and that's kind of, and there's more in the 100, but the net is about the same. The proposed is only 15 square feet greater. We'll probably shave that. So these light gray areas are being removed. But the rest of the hardscaping has been removed. We talked about simpler plans and show existing and proposed, which will help. Sean put this together. The outline in red is the existing pervious deck. The blue is the existing pool. And the graphics are of the proposed. So the pool is shifted, or the pool stayed the same, but the hardscaping here was removed. So we now, in the proposed conditions, we're actually 2 feet farther away from the salt marsh. We've increased that minimum distance, same for Coastal Bank. Another diagram, I'm flipping through this fast for questions. I think you asked me for a real simple diagram. I hope this was what the commission was asking for. We have the house with the yellow trim and white. This is the existing hardscape, pervious deck and pool. Here's the proposed, just focusing on the rear yard. I think the driveway is a little obvious. Pervious and pool spa. And then the green, which is the proposed, laid out here, and the red is the existing. So, and this green over here again is fire pit gravel area over lawn. We did look at alternatives. I put together a memo. I can go through those or just go right to questions. A pool over here was restrictive because, in a nutshell, large trees. We have some steep sloping here. We would still be within the 50 of Coastal Bank, and partially probably within, if we extend the 50 of the salt marsh, disturb it, but it requires significantly more excavation. The grade is much higher over here. I think we're at about 20 here. We're virtually keeping the same grade with existing and proposed in our preferred alternative. In the front, we eliminated that alternative. It's just not desirable for the homeowners. There's also, and I finally got the plan, an abandoned septic system in the front yard, and there's a gas line that comes towards the center. I think I have that. This is all we have on file, and I don't know how much of this abandoned septic is there, but it'd be a pretty large undertaking to even build a pool there, I think. And then we also have to site it between the 50-foot buffer and 10 feet off a house, I believe. We're restricted here, but it's also, I don't think, aesthetically viable solution for the homeowners. We did beef up the silt socks. That was a request, 2 in the 50, as well as a fence. What am I forgetting? Mitigation plantings went from 1,300 to 1,800. I think Sean and Scott at his office placed them to create a buffer around the project. And I think I'll stop there for the sake of brevity. Let maybe Sean jump in or open it for questions.
I wouldn't mind just saying just a couple words.
Yeah. Tell me where to go.
No, you've already gotten, yeah, if you want to go to the color rendered plan, that's helpful. Everybody likes to see green stuff. One of the things that I did want to note is the other things that happened in Chris McIntyre, Chris McFarland were not here at the other hearing, but they may have seen the other plan. One of the major things is really pulling even more of that spa. It was going to be a gunite spa on the, call it the right-hand side of the pool, as you see the proposed.
Yeah, it was over here.
Yeah, it was over there. It was gonna be we were going to a fiberglass now that we're gonna set on crushed stone, essentially on a permeable surface, but we're just gonna set it down on that. So it's a pretty good change. We removed stepping stones that were going out into the rest of the yard. Those are removed. Also, the pool equipment, which you wouldn't have seen last time. It's in red on the rectangle there. That's fairly close to the coastal bank. That was moved to the side of the garage. That's something that didn't get discussed a lot last time, but we had already moved that. Also, that it's all planted right to the side of, well, right behind the garage, I should say. That really is a closer inspection. It really is right now a large pile of boulders with invasive vines growing up through it. So we were going to at least get plantings back in there, which may have been a little difficult to tell from the first pass at the project from anybody to see that. The amount of hardscape, we know we're increasing the size of the pool, but the amount of hardscape, even though it's permeable, it's substantially less on this project now, on this revised plan, than what exists today. So the square footage is pretty substantially.
Yeah, I do have a comparison. Oh,
Yeah.
I think I'm sorry, if I go here, if
Yeah,
we count pervious and impervious hardscape, in the rear only,
right.
1720 for existing, and this, even though the pool is larger, it's 1496 square feet.
Felt like that was a really strong move and really helpful for that space in its proximity to the resource, while still trying to get, therapeutic pool and therapeutic spa in, which are really important for this family with conditions they have. And so we felt like if we want to go back to the color rendering, that'd be great.
Sure.
And then I'll be done here real quickly. A very large amount of square footage of introduced native plantings that replace generally lawn in these areas. Want to get them right up against the pool, so right up against the pool, and the work we were doing, and right to the sides of it, which were coming further from the resource than what existing. Yeah, and then also right along at the edge of the resource, down at the edge of the lawn. So we felt like it was a strong move in even improving what we had before. That covers most of what we were going to talk about. I think certainly ready for some questions and conversation. Thank you.
Commissioners. Chris, you're muted.
Sean, I'm reading retaining walls here. Can you go over the retaining walls?
Exactly. There is a retaining wall coming out of the back of the garage, right in the middle. Yeah, there you go. Go straight up, returns, and then the edge of the pool becomes the retaining wall. So it's a retaining wall there, and the edge of the pool becomes a retaining wall. Currently, right now, all that grade is raised up as deck in that whole pool and deck area is kind of that whole red outline. Yeah, that's what it is.
Wait, say that again. What? Oh, you're saying currently.
Outline. Yeah, currently the red outline is deck.
Okay. So what is the line that's parallel to the outer edge of the pool?
So, what further out beyond the green?
Yeah.
That is fence. That's pool enclosure fence.
That's the fence.
That's the required pool enclosure fence, which would be an open mesh.
Okay. Now in the trees that you're showing to the left, are those
Correct.
Existing trees?
Those are existing trees. That's correct.
Okay. So the only lawn area that's left is the slope down to the bank.
The slope down to the bank and the small piece right there coming out to the edge, but we planted in between that lawn edge in the pool and the fence.
Yeah.
Yep, that's correct.
So, and what's the slope on that piece of lawn?
Slope on the lawn heading down, that is probably,
I don't know. I'm gonna try to.
yeah, it varies a little bit. It's call that 7 to 1, so you're about 15% there. then you go down that between 10 and elevation 10 and 11 there. It's a little flatter at that point. It's, more like 5%, something like that, 6.5%,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
somewhere close to there.
You mean at the lower level?
Correct. That's correct. Yeah. The grade will drop along on the outside edge of the pool, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Coming from left to right, that slopes down right now, and it will continue to slope down from left to right a couple of feet in that run. Couple of feet in that run.
Would you entertain the idea of getting rid of lawn and planting it with all native species?
We're talking about all of the lawn?
Yep.
Have to talk to the homeowner about that.
Would homeowner, would you entertain the idea of getting rid of the lawn in the back of your house?
I would prefer to get rid of the driveway, to be honest with you, because we have 3 kids. So that would be like, I'd rather give up more of the, convert the driveway from hard to pervious.
Yeah.
Just because, again, kids playing in the backyard, I mean, there's still, 9, 13, 15. So
it's still good play space, even if it has a slope right now. What they're used to, I think.
So what's the trade-off here?
The trade-off would be
you're in the you're in the buffer zone.
Right.
So,
substantial amount less structure and hardscape. It's the pool and the spa that are really important to them. And also the square footage. There's already been a trade-off of lawn with quite a bit of mitigation plantings. I think that those are really strong positives.
It looks to me like the change here is doubling the impact to the buffer in area. Do you have the numbers for the change in that impact?
Are you talking about in reduction of it?
Well, I'm looking at the red line, and then I'm looking at the outline of what's proposed, and it looks like it's twice as big as it was.
What do you mean by in terms of that's
Yeah.
right now? So that's impact. I mean, it's much smaller when it comes to structure. It's much smaller when it comes to hardscape structure. Now we know the deck was in theory permeable. We're going to propose a permeable terrace. So it really comes down to the fact is the pool we're proposing is larger than the existing pool, but in that case we reduce down a substantial amount of the paving versus deck. The rest of that property is all lawn, so it's already disturbed and it's already lawn, and it's stuff that you don't want in terms of lawn. So I guess it's work, but there's already been work there. It's been
well, lawn's not actually a structure.
No, it's not a structure, but it's been worked. It's not virgin soil, and it's also
No, it's not.
turf grass.
And the fire pit?
That's crushed stone. That thing, if you said if you were against the permeable crushed stone, I'm sure that the homeowner would say, okay, that's not important to us, because relative to the pool, that didn't get brought up last time as being something that could be a challenge, but I think that they would be okay with removing the fire pit or even adding even some more plantings right along the line of the marsh, right along the edge there. That's lawn, yes, exactly. Right in there.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, what we looked at in the diagram is, and I know it's confusing, we're throwing terms, whether it's alteration or I'm throwing terms, hardscape, pervious versus impervious, but the area of structure is reduced in the rear yard now from 1720 to 1496.
The limit of work is larger, but that's because we have 1,800 square foot of mitigation plantings over lawn or over non-native plants. So I think that larger area, it's mostly, which we thought assumed was a good thing, replacing lawn with native species mitigation plantings.
Would you go back to that drawing you were just, the
Sure, that
three
diagram.
scenario, yeah.
Can you see it? I'll
So in other words, the area within the red boundary.
Yes.
1,720 square feet.
Exactly, yes.
And the area within the green boundary, which includes that.
Yes.
That as well is.
All those little green areas.
1,500 square feet.
Mm-hmm, correct. It's a 200 square foot difference. That other one's longer and, but yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I see it.
So we kind of separated out structure versus plantings over lawn.
Well, that's really what I'm focused on is structure here.
Gotcha. The driveway, as you can see, the shape, I wish I played with it more. The proposed is only 15 square feet larger. You could take that out and make it a wash, but it's substantially less pavement proposed within the 50. And where we expand over here, we have the gravel trench and plantings to create a buffer right up to that. I think the plantings go through the 50 to kind of account for that area there, but so, within 15 square feet, it's a wash, but I think more outside the 50, less in the 50. That as tight as we can for accessible driving.
Different shape on that driveway. The driveway had a really odd shape with those funny bumps and edges, and it didn't need to be as wide down in the 50. So we tried to taper that down.
You can see where it got narrow.
And make it more functional for turnaround space and recreation for kids too, frankly, when it comes to hard space. It feels like it functions better.
And we aligned that bump out as best we could over this existing kind of turnout. Just kind of squared it up on top of that. Pretty much.
Okay.
Working with the shape.
Can you go back to the landscape plan?
Certainly.
Can you zoom in a little bit, please?
Sure. Front or back? Is
That,
that all right?
just, yeah.
I can go one more if it helps.
So Sean, is this planting? I mean, you call it mitigation planting, but is it truly a mitigation of something, or is it purely ornamental planting that you, by using natives, you call it mitigation?
You're talking about the plants that we show here?
I'm talking about the area of planting.
All of it?
Yeah.
All of it. When you consider that to put it between the structure and the resource would be appropriate for mitigation.
Yes, but are you calculating the amount of plant based on some sort of mitigation?
I believe we used a number that was greater than a 2-to-1, but it's got to be
2-to-1 for what?
For what we were considering to be hardscape I had some numbers on that from our last discussion, Chris. And I think
I'm just trying to understand, because what you said is that there's a reduction in structure.
There is.
But you have mitigation. So is it truly mitigation, or is it purely ornamental planting that happens to use native species? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Is that in the eye of the beholder?
Well, okay, I'm the beholder then. I'm trying to understand whether this is truly mitigation planting or whether it's purely just planting of native species.
I think that it could be.
There's nothing on this plan that requires you to provide mitigation. Is that correct?
Yeah, as far as I know, but that's what we still would propose, to add more native plants and remove lawn. And we typically do that on all our projects, whether or not it's
Okay,
required.
that's fine. I just want to understand.
Yeah, we usually think that folks appreciate that. And so we do.
Yeah,
And as a, coming from a, I mean, a standpoint like you and I would do, is we'd probably want to do it on all our projects if we can.
Mhm.
So that's essentially why we did it. We also feel that we understand that because, and it's purely because of the swimming pool size, it's hard for us to say, well, because all of this is permeable and the pool is considered impervious, which is it really not, I don't know, we could debate that, but it's considered impervious and decided to become impervious as of whatever, 7 or 8 years ago, 5 years ago, instead of being permeable. And so we realized that if we ask for a bigger pool and we're in the buffers, that's an ask, and we feel like we should be given back, and which is why we're doing what we're doing, and because there's no other way to offset it, right? Because everything else is permeable. And so we feel like this is a real strong project, and that we did kind of everything we could. To be honest, on a terrace area. We're setting table. Nope. Hopefully,
Cutting out, Sean, yeah, there you go.
Sean, what's the plant on between the fence and the pool?
we were doing purple love grass. And it could be any other grass. We like the idea of a grass there.
That's not a native though.
It is considered native. We got it on our list, on the Cohasset list.
Really?
Yeah. It's not that easy to find, I'll tell you that, Chris. It's not always easy to find, but switchgrass would be another one, little blue stem would be another one. On our seed mix that we've got, it's got all the typical grasses that you would expect. Okay. So we're using that inside the beds also.
And Sean, just to clarify, is that within all the planting beds or just the ones along the edge of the marsh?
Primarily the ones along the marsh. We may tuck some into the right-hand side of the pool also. But the rest of that is primarily grasses that we're putting in anyway. So the intent for that block of plants on the other side of the pool, right against the pool, was it to be all grasses. So those will probably go in either in gallon pots or plugs or whatever we can find them. We're trying to do them in gallon pots. We're not sure how you never know 100% how you're going to get that. It'll be solid one way or the other, that's for sure.
How high out of the ground is the pool?
So it'll be engaged to grade pretty much on the left-hand side, and then it gets to be about, call it
18 inches.
Yeah, 2 feet 5 inches at the corner, at the far corner. Kind of what it is today.
What did you say that grass was?
Grass, purple love grass, Eragrostis.
Echinacea.
What's that again?
Echinacea.
Not echinacea. Not echinacea.
And so
I
that's,
don't know, I was looking at our list, I didn't see it on there.
so that's the darker shade.
Yeah,
between the pool and the wall, right?
Yeah, we should have pulled it off there. One of that one or the other South Shore one that you have on the website. And if we decide not to use that, that's fine. We can go to one of the other grasses.
Yeah, we actually have 2 lists. So it's not, I don't think it's on the principal South Shore one, but there's a wetland and coastal plantings, and purple love grass is on the wetland and coastal plantings secondary list that we have.
Again, if you go to a switchgrass, drop seed.
Poverty drop seed, little blue stem,
yep.
Switchgrass. Yeah.
Any of those are they're in the other salt tolerant mix, plus they're our favorites also.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Commissioners, any further questions or comments? Well, I initially had reservations about this, but seeing that the structure is actually smaller than what is there now, I will make a motion. Unless someone else wants to.
I'll make a motion to order getting late, to issue an order of conditions and stormwater permit, Charlotte, at the same time. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry, well, it's technically an administrative one, but since we're processing it through an NOI, you can do the administrative stormwater permit through the commission, so you can do them, together.
Got it. So make a motion to issue an order of conditions and stormwater permit for 92 Beach Street.
Any conditions?
Any special conditions here?
Oh, I think the only one we heard, Chris, if you wanted the plantings adjusted in the back, but I don't know if you want to add that or not.
No, I think we got a negative response on that, and I let it go.
So
just want to make sure that they're all native plants.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We'll make sure.
I would just make sure that we have our standard swimming pool conditions included in this. This is particularly a sensitive area. I think that one of my concerns would be trying to empty that pool and infiltrate it right next to the marsh. So I'm not very comfortable with that. So if the pool were to be emptied seasonally, or at least taken down seasonally, I'd feel better to see that water go into a tank truck and go someplace else rather than into the marsh, even if it's infiltrating.
Yeah.
So, Tom, just along that, I mean, not that there's nothing you can do about it, but they say after approximately 2 weeks, the water sitting in your pool, most of the chemicals have
well, the ones that can evaporate do evaporate, but you also have total dissolved solids that are in solution that do not evaporate.
But the bigger issue is actually your backwash, because that you do weekly, and it's 100 gallons of water that you're pumping out. It's got full chemicals and everything.
Yeah,
and it's just something to.
Yeah, that's something that I don't think we anticipate in our swimming pool regulations.
No,
I mean, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, you got to backwash your filter every
week,
periodically, let's say. But we don't have that covered in our conditions, and I think it would be difficult to invent something on the fly here to address that.
No, I agree. I just thought I'd bring it up, while we're in public hearing, because that's when we can talk about stuff. So
yeah, that's a really good point.
Bring it up.
Something that we really should be thinking about moving forward, but probably not tonight.
And the other order of conditions, Charlotte, I never remember the one, but no herbicides, no pesticides, no.
Yeah, that's in our standard template. And then we do have a standard condition about pool best management practices. So obviously no pool water would be allowed to drain into the salt marsh. It would have to be like Tom mentioned, probably taken away with a truck. Yeah, at least in this case, because you got salt marsh on either side. So even if you try to drain it across existing landscaping, it's going to end up in the marsh, and that's not a good idea. And then I think the other comment that I think we just had was from the last hearing was, I think just making sure for the limit of work, we do have the silt sock around most of the area, but just to ensure that you don't have trucks going around the left side of the house and kind of, disturbing that area more. If there's a way to kind of encapsulate the limit of work a little bit more, I think that'll be helpful so that vehicles don't just run all over the place.
Are you concerned with over here, Charlotte?
Like the side around the fire pit, if there's a way to kind of box that area off and kind of mitigate any temporary disturbance in the 100-foot and 50-foot buffers more than necessary, you know, just so they're not going around the left side of the house and they're sticking to the driveway side. Because I think we talked about that they can get through on the right side with an excavator for the pool.
Yeah, it'd be tight when we look at these trees here, but we could certainly, as a condition of approval, adjust the silt sock or put a construction fence.
It's not accessible over there anyway with the slopes. It's not accessible. We
Yeah,
could-
it's steep.
I think we want to just make sure we're not coming from around both sides of the house.
No, that's valid.
Ingress and egress should be confined to one side of the house or the other.
Yep, makes sense.
Okay.
All right, sorry, Will or somebody else, do you guys want to restate your motion with conditions?
See if I can remember them. So move to issue an order of conditions stormwater permit for 92 Beach Street. Are we doing the tank truck condition? Yes.
Yeah.
The pool.
Yeah, for the pool drainage, annual pool drainage.
Yeah, then any pool drainage would be to a truck and not drained onto any land. And that construction access be limited to one side of the house. Is there another one or is that it?
And erosion controls and barriers adjusted accordingly or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And erosion controls adjusted as the agent sees fit.
There we go.
That's it. Empower the agent.
Yay.
Do we have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, nay. And I just want to say, oh, sorry, Tom, why don't you vote first and then we'll.
okay. Tom Bell, aye.
Okay, I voted nay just because I think that it's important that we as a commission start to look at projects not based on what is there, but as to what our regulations are. You know, we have a lot of properties in Cohasset, and I don't mean to get on a soapbox, but I am going to. We have a lot of properties in Cohasset that go back long before there were regulations, and now there are regulations, and we tend to look at what was there and somehow massage our regulations to allow for modification of what was there, and there it really isn't in keeping with the idea of the current regulations. It's keeping what it's doing is it's allowing for some sort of trade-off, and I just think that we have to start being more vigilant.
Okay. So this vote passes 4-1-0.
And there's a
A variance
variance.
too, right?
Yeah, variance.
So
And stormwater.
stormwater hasn't been approved administratively already, Charlotte?
No.
That's
Will
fine.
just made a motion to approve both of them, and we've done that for other administrative permits when they're tied to an NOI.
Yeah, okay. So I move that we issue a variance to work within the wetland buffer zones with the condition that there be only one path for ingress and egress to do the construction. And that silt socks will be maintained and inspected daily. So that means that you engineers can't just walk away from this. We want you to convince the contractors to listen to you and read the order of conditions. This is a difficult one for us to pass because it is so close to the marsh. So we don't we don't want any mistakes here. So,
Understood.
yeah, so please make sure all of the contractors understand what their role is, what the limitations are, as stated by the order of conditions, and hopefully everything will go right.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay.
Weren't we just looking for a variance?
Oh, yeah, the variance.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
We just put additional
We
conditions.
need a second.
Yeah, we'll just second it.
We'll just second.
Yeah, I
it.
said second.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So we're gonna vote. Will Ashton,
I am tempted to switch based on Chris's soapbox, but Will Ashton, I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Nay.
Tom Bell, aye. This vote passes 5-1-0.
410, sorry.
410.
Oh, 4-1-0, yeah, sorry. It's getting late. We
Yep,
need-
I know.
We need
Sorry.
to move on, folks. We need to move on.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Starting to lose my grip.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
I'll see you soon.
Yep.
Yeah, probably.
We have more?
Aye.
Yes,
DOCs.
we do. We have some 2 certificates of compliance.
Oh,
Yep.
but no more hearings.
Yep.
No, we're done with hearings, right, Charlotte?
Yes,
205 has been
continued
continued. Okay.
to 1-4. And Sean, are you able to take us through very quickly the updates for Black Horse Lane based on our last discussions?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let me at least announce that this is a
Yep, sorry.
certificate of compliance for NOI 2008 and stormwater permit 2018 90 Black Horse Lane, continued from 11/16/23. Go ahead, Sean.
Thank
Okay,
you.
do you want to, Charlotte, do you want to pull up the plan or do you want me to pull it up?
Sorry, I did not open the files for this one, but if you have it, otherwise I can pull it up as you're talking.
I got it here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully we can see most of it. What we discussed last time is to replace the 2 trees that were taken out, that were dead walnuts. Those were taken out. We talked about there was actually 5 new clethra that we placed in this area. Can you kind of see my cursor over here?
Yep.
Place those in there, and we were going to take those and push those back against the 50-foot line, which is when we talked last time, Tom, you said leave the shrubs that were at the that are anywhere in and around the 50-foot buffer, leave those alone. Just replace the 2 trees, lose the speakers, which might already be out by now, but lose the speakers that were, or not,
Lights.
sorry, I was just in a speaker discussion about something, lose the lights that are around the walnut tree. So we were going to remove those. Certainly, see if I can pump that up. And what we're doing for the 2 trees that we're hoping to replace were to do a couple of cedar trees that are in this location or service area, or another native tree if somebody else wants them, but we're thinking the cedars are doing pretty well around there. They're all over the island across the creek there, and we have to leave access coming through here for the Cohasset Conservation Trust. So we have to leave that 12-foot access easement there. All right. So we're proposing, there is a grove of trees that is not shown on the rest of this plan that is all right in this area right now. We're proposing to add trees back to this area. And those would be the red cedar, eastern red cedar, serviceberry. Those are 2 that also are not affected by the walnut root shoeglones, the chemical in the walnut roots. that's where we, hopefully that's a quick enough little summary of what we thought we were supposed to do from our last.
And there's about on the northern side, Sean, you have a note saying to transplant the shrubs along that are inside the 50-foot buffer. We are relocating those.
5 of them that are about right in this area that we would,
Yeah.
so that we would just push back against the rest here.
Okay.
Now, there was another issue
Wait,
too.
what, wait, what was those 5 plants?
There was some plethora that we placed right here that we planted.
Yeah,
And when we discussed it last time, we said, what if we just take and push those back?
I listened to the tape. I didn't hear anything about pushing them back. I heard if part of the route might be over the 50, no big deal. Everything else comes out.
No, I didn't hear that at all. That's exactly not what I heard.
No.
We didn't talk about that in the slightest, frankly. Well,
I think the conversation, Sean, was that the survey accuracy of the buffer is probably plus or minus a foot or two at least.
Yeah.
And so at least I was willing to consider that if they were within a foot of or so of the line you've drawn there, everything was okay, but that doesn't look like that's quite what's happened here. You're still straying into the buffer a ways on that north side. So instead of moving them, you maybe take them back to the nursery.
Oh, we can take them out and put them someplace on the property. That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll take them. That's fine.
Yeah, and there was another issue too, and that was there were going to be, I believe, 2 Charlotte standards with a plaque identifying the meadow as a no-mow zone.
Yes.
Yeah, tell me, do you have one that you guys are adopting right now as a kind of a standard in material and size? Do you have one that you would want to use more than, is there one that you're?
I don't think we have one, do we, Charlotte?
Sorry, like
a design for something like this.
A small bollard, a small little piece that would probably be either done out of, something out of wood that would be imprinted or embossed or something like that, right? What you would do, maybe make
Oh,
it.
you mean the markers? Yeah. So we don't have anything in our regulations, but we definitely do see like either like cedar posts or stakes, or I can also I think I can pull up Brad Holmes had previously put them on like wildlife fixtures. So but usually cedar posts are like a pretty preferred solution from wetland scientists, at least for conservation markers. The other option is like literally hammering them right into the ground, but then they'll just get covered with vegetation. But if the owners are open to like small cedar posts with notating where the 50-foot buffer is and indicating the do not disturb, they can be placed, maybe behind that row of plantings or something at the edge of the wall.
Yeah, okay.
Really, the bottom line is this is a no-mow zone.
Right.
And the applicant needs to understand that. We don't want to see it mowed.
Right.
That's one of the conditions here.
One of the conversations that we started to have after the last hearing, that was also getting pretty late at night too. But the next day when we were out at a different site was long-term, if we're trying to keep meadows, it's a conversation you had recently, just tonight with the other hearing. Is there a path forward for future discussions that we can have regarding anything we're maintaining as a meadow? Is there a method of being able to maintain it other than through a notice of intent that we can discuss and try to figure out the better ways to handle that, handle the long-term maintenance on meadows? I feel like it's a conversation we should.
The reality is that this wasn't a meadow, and if we use the term meadow, we're probably incorrect by that.
Yeah, it's probably grass. It's a grassland essentially, though.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a young woodland is what it is. And that's what it's gonna be over time. It's a successional forest.
I think there's an important differentiation too with like previously undisturbed land versus disturbed land. So I think if it's obviously an existing lawn, it's expected the lawn's going to be mowed, but considering this portion of the 50-foot buffer was supposed to be left untouched, I think that just kind of changes things, at least with this particular site. But, you know, I do know that we're probably going to soon actively have conversations about maintenance activities and defining those a little bit more clearly. And, you know, then therefore dictating, you know, 50-foot, 100-foot buffer maintenance versus when you need certain types of submissions. So in the future, that might be clarified, but for now, this was an undisturbed 50-foot buffer that was mowed. So that's why the commission, if I'm paraphrasing here, wants to see the area left undisturbed.
Right.
Yeah, once we get into a situation where it starts to become manicured, then we do have that situation where you can come back to us, Sean, and say, well, this is already disturbed, so I should be able to do something else.
I understand. It's a slippery slope. I do get that. And how can you apply universal, anything universal that can be governed or can be monitored is very difficult to do. I can appreciate how difficult that is. And I understand.
I mean, I would like to see the ability for landowners to, under the supervision of a qualified person, to be able to remove invasives.
Yeah, I know. I agree, but I understand it's difficult.
And mowing's not the best way. Mowing takes out everything. It doesn't, it's pretty unselective, right? It's gonna cut everything that's
oh yeah, correct.
taller than the blade. So it really does have to be an ongoing surgical exercise to keep those invasives at bay. And some people will want to do it and some people won't. And the ones that won't, they won't ask to do it. But the ones that do have do want to see that if they have some buffer zone, they want to see it go back to native plants instead of planting things in nice little neat rows like this. It would be a random natural occurrence that it.
Well, the road because I mean, this was a road because we were working right up against what we thought right at the edge of the 50. There's right at the edge of a piece of construction. We felt like it was a positive. Comes to that in terms of the planting of the new shrubs.
Yeah.
Again, I feel like 46 new shrubs is a real positive.
Well, if they weren't in a row, possibly.
Yeah, but we weren't going to take them any further into.
Yeah, I
You don't
know,
have room to randomize it.
But they're going to keep growing, right? They're still going to have some wildlife value. They're going to have certainly better than nothing there, right? So I understand.
So we're considering moving in that direction, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So the other 5 that are sitting out along that north property line will move someplace else on the property.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then install the conservation markers. And I can do that. You guys can issue that maybe as like a contingent upon condition. Like I could administratively issue the COC once that work is completed and I've confirmed it on site. We've done that for some other projects, you know, but that's up to you guys.
I think that's a good idea.
Do we have a size on these replacement trees, and do we want them there, or do we want them closer to where the other ones were taken out?
Looks like you have, sorry, Sean, can you go to your proposed plantings?
It's right here. It says two replacement red cedar or shadblow.
It says 6 to 8.
6 to 8, yeah, thank you, yeah.
That was what was on the Morse engineering plan for trees.
I don't think you'd necessarily want to put them where those walnuts were, since they've already poisoned the ground around them.
We're also trying to be careful of getting anything that grows any more into that 12-foot access lane easement that it is. It's in the deed.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wooded there all the way along this side.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the 2
barren
cedars
on the other side.
And this is literally lawn.
I know.
Probably it's lawn all the way to there.
Yeah.
Right, so what, this will at least still have the grassy edge. We feel like the cedar would be a nice alternative to drop in there and continue some of the
Oh,
other.
so that's why those are the replacement.
It's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks fine to me. So how do we work this, Charlotte? We make a motion to issue a contingent certificate of compliance that will be completed by you when the conservation markers are up and
When the plantings are moved
all
out of the
plantings
50.
are done. Okay.
Yeah. If the applicant agrees to that, I think we've done that for other COCs to just take care of some items before a COC is issued. But yeah, you'd have to vote on the COC, so.
It's not like we don't want to see you again, Sean.
Oh, yeah, I bet you. Oh, I bet you don't. But I do.
Okay. So I move that we issue a contingent, a certificate of compliance to be completed when the plantings are completed and the conservation markers have been up, and that will be finalized by our agent. Do I have a second? Roll call vote. Will Ashton?
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre?
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland?
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0.
And that's for both the NOI and the stormwater permit, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So finally, we'll consider a certificate of compliance for NOI 20.
Thanks, Sean.
11 for 339 Jerusalem Road.
On the me and
Oh.
one.
Oh, sorry, Sean, is this you too?
Well, I think, yeah, they asked for me to, Mike Hilsinger would like for me to stay
Okay.
up. I don't have to say a word, you guys. I'll be quiet.
And see, I got rid of you.
Sorry, Sean.
Good.
And Caroline, I do see you. I'm trying to promote you here. So we have Mike Hilsinger, who is the property manager, and Sean, obviously the landscape architect, and then Caroline Reese, the engineer from Merrill's Engineers Land Surveyors. All right, so I will try to go through
Sean,
this.
can you stop sharing and?
Oh yeah, sorry. Can I share my screen?
Nice, wouldn't it? Thank you.
Thank you.
I could do something or something like that.
Where's my stuff? Oh geez, in my exhaustion, I closed out. Hold on.
I have it, Charlotte. I have the
Oh, okay,
site
sure.
plan if you want it.
No, it's all right. I was just pulling up the as-built and the approved plan. And I can, and
I
yeah,
have
if you guys
them.
have the landscape plan too, that'd be great. But yeah,
I-
I'll go through the oh sorry, do you want to pull it up?
Yeah, if you let me share the screen, I have
Sure.
the approved plan and
Sure.
the as-built.
Okay, yeah, can we pull up the approved plan? And then I have photos as well. Sorry, I for some reason
Not at
closed out of
all.
everything. I'm like, that was
Sure,
dumb.
it's late. I know. I don't know how you guys.
All right. So as Caroline's pulling this up, I'll just go through the deviations. There were no special conditions for this permit other than the standard boilerplate. This was a project to remove and replace an existing stone wall within the 50-foot buffer along a steep slope, and it had some other hardscaping and landscaping and some structures. So some of the deviations, as noted by Caroline in her letter, was the proposed 350 square foot deck in the rear of the house was not constructed. So this and then the steps that are slightly down gradient of where that structure was supposed to be per the approved plan were supposed to be realigned to fit the rear deck structure, but they were just slightly modified to account for the deck not being there. The proposed retaining wall and proposed landscaping on the northern side, so that would be on the, this top side here. Those were also not constructed. So those are the two things that weren't done as a part of the approved plan. The fitted boulder wall, as Caroline mentioned in her letter, is about 7 feet wide. On the approved plan that you see here, there were actually no specifications and details for the width, the length, anything on this boulder wall. So, as you may be able to see on the as-built, which we can pull up later, it obviously looks a little bit wider than this approved design, but it was to accommodate stability given the height and steepness of the slope. So it's about 12 feet on the northern end. The load is retaining to prevent the impact of wave action. The wall is pervious in structure, so there's small gravel in between the stones, so it's not sealed with concrete or any sort of impervious sealant. So there's space between the boulders fitted in the smaller rocks to accommodate some filtering and runoff to prevent soil erosion as well. And it was again provided with the intent to provide that stability for that slope. And I have pictures too, so you guys can see it. The wall was designed by a different engineering company. And then the wall was also constructed again to separate the rear yard and the resource area. And so in addition to that, the existing sand area on the southern side of the rear of the property was expanded to the north. That area in the north was supposed to be existing lawn, but the sand area was expanded about 1,000 square feet to where it was supposed to be restored to lawn, about 12 inches to 14 inches deep of sand. And it equates to about 40 cubic yards that was added. There is filter fabric that is underneath the 12 to 14 inches of sand within the 50-foot buffer. And in order to separate the sand area from the lawn that comes up on the western side of the house going up towards the front, a 6-inch wide, 18-foot long trench drain was added just at the bottom of where the lawn ends and where the sand begins, with an 18.5-foot long granite strip right below the trench drain. This was added about 46 feet away from the coastal beach. It drains to a buried pipe that runs under the lawn and sand area and daylights to an existing state-owned 24-inch RCP pipe that connects way more upland from the street. So the drain was designed to capture runoff from the down sloping yard and to prevent washout of the sand area over the wall into the coastal beach and bank areas. The drain also bypasses the sand area, so it goes underneath, under the filter fabric and everything, to kind of, again, collect the runoff from the yard and go underneath the sand area that was supposed to be lawn. And so Mike can also explain that a little bit more, because he did walk me through why that was done. And then a couple other minor things, that the grading was just a little bit reoriented west versus north. Caroline had clarified on the approved plan, the lawn area was graded to create 2 swales. The swales were removed, but the grading was smooth and the lawn was replaced with sand, but the runoff is still directed to the west as originally intended. And then this, last but not least, there was some stone that was added within the coastal beach just below the wall where the invasive plants were removed by hand. They were Phragmites mostly, and the loose stone was placed along the boulder wall to protect the outlet pipes and to retain the material adjacent to the pipe, which was susceptible to washout from storm events. So with that, I can turn it over to Caroline. And and then I'm sorry, really quick note that the invasive species per the proposed plan below the wall were removed in that area as specified on the plan. And the landscaping plan had previously been adjusted to accommodate the not building the deck and that other hardscaping area. So the plantings were all adjusted, and Mike had provided planting invoices because when we looked at it on site, everything was kind of going dormant, so it's hard to tell what was what. But he did provide an invoice to confirm that all plantings per the updated plan to accommodate the missing structures were installed. So with that, I can turn it over to
Charlotte, before you turn it over.
Yeah.
Can you just outline the buffers that are and resource areas which are shown?
Caroline, can you just a little bit? Sorry. And I'm sorry,
Sure.
I can also switch too if it's easier for me to do it.
Oh, if you found it, I can point it out and then turn it over since I'm up. This is Limit Coastal Bank.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this would be the 50.
Yep.
And the 100.
Mm-hmm. So the project was constructed within the 100-foot buffer and the 50-foot buffer, and then the small amount of invasive removal work within the coastal bank beach areas.
Zoom in on that.
Is anything else being explained?
Nope, sorry, that was it. I just wanted to turn it back over. I don't know if Caroline, Mike, or Sean, if you wanted to just jump in on any of those deviations.
I think you covered it as far as I can tell you. You went thoroughly through my list and response. I know there were some
deviations. I don't know if my opinion matters. I think they're all, I probably shouldn't say positives. Increasing the sand and a level grade. The thickness of the wall help keeps the earth and material back, but that's my opinion.
One of the things was important, I would say, at least Caroline, again, I promise I won't say anything more time. Is the deck wasn't built. That was kind of a big deal.
Right.
Between the 50 and the 100 was a pretty substantial amount of square footage of terrace.
Yeah, I can go back. All this came way down.
Yeah, it didn't get built at all. That none of that got work. So that is done, and the other one that's above, that's further around, that was built at all. So there's no, really the only new impervious or structure at all was the wall itself. I would say it's some steps, right? Some antique granite steps were placed, but beyond that, I don't think anything else was built. Mike might be able to jump in and confirm that, but none of that was done. So none of those.
Right, it's just sand. And I would call the wall personally pervious. I think you may have said impervious back then because it's rock with cobble in between.
Yes, that's correct. It's completely pervious.
Commissioners, any comments?
I have one comment about this trench drain. If you look at I think it's in the bylaws, although it may be in the Wetland Protection Act. When they talk about the buffer to the coastal bank, they specifically say that the buffer is there to replenish sand and gravel to the coastal bank. So if we have a trench drain, which is taking all the sand and bypassing the coastal bank, then it's actually doing exactly what the opposite of what the buffer is told is there for.
I think, may I respond?
You may.
Okay, I'm sorry. This whole area was lawn originally.
Yeah.
Right up to the bank. This
Yeah.
whole area was lawn. What they did is replace it with sand. The trench here is between the border of the lawn here and the sand. It's not moving sand, it's to protect the sand, to catch the runoff from the grass so the runoff and dirt doesn't get in the sand, and just is to collect the runoff from the lawn and release it. Whereas before you would have lawn up to the wall and that would just run off.
Well, yeah, but you can use something that's not good as an example of why it's better, but that still doesn't address the real idea of the bylaw. The bylaw says that the buffer is there to replenish the bank. And what you're explaining is you're taking the water, you're putting it in a trench so that it doesn't disturb the sand, which doesn't replenish the bank. So, I mean, yeah, so it was lawn, but it's not lawn anymore.
Right.
So,
but the water that falls on the sand will replenish. It's just keeping
yeah,
this-
but all the other within the 100-foot buffer doesn't.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
it just doesn't, it seems counter to what the bylaw reads.
Chris, I agree, but if you look at that beach, it's a high energy beach, doesn't have any sand on it, it's all gravel.
Mm-hmm.
All the sand that ever reaches that beach goes right offshore and forms a, that's the bottom out there is sand, but the beach itself is a high energy beach, it's all gravel. So any sand that reaches that is going to be quickly moved.
I don't think the idea is that the sand is replenishing the beach. The sand is replenishing the bank.
Sure. But I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, but before it was all lawn, so there was no sand in the buffer.
Well, you still,
lawn, if I'm understanding, yeah.
Well, you still have soil movement, particulate movement, because even though it's lawn, I mean, you're going to get erosion through a lawn. Now I mean, what's going to happen? What's going to happen if the wall is pervious, right? You're going to get sediment washing out of the wall, which is now basically the bank, right? And it's not going to be replenished. So are we just going to end up with a big sinkhole in the sand?
Well, the idea of what we did is sort of twofold. We are trying to, our goal was to keep the sand off the beach because it's not native to the beach. The sand is something that, we brought in. Everything that was there before was held back by a concrete retaining wall. So you didn't have an erosion occurring in this location. So really the idea of the trench drain was to prevent the movement of sand, which doesn't naturally occur in that area, onto that beach, which is strictly stone. It's all stone. And as a matter of fact, there's a huge granite outcropping flat that the state's 24-inch concrete pipe runs onto. So there's always moving water there, almost always moving water in that location. So there's really, I think you have to see that beach to understand that there's not a lot of organic material on it at all. It's really quite rocky.
Does the fabric extend? I believe I think it was Carolyn said that there's fabric at the base. I just wonder if that fabric extends up the wall a ways so that the sand doesn't bleed through that open.
It does. Yes, it does. Again, in an effort to keep the sand from migrating onto the beach, because the beach in its natural state does not have sand, does not have organic material. In that area of the beach, as you move further south, it blends a little bit more. But up in this corner, it's very rocky literally from the water line right up to the wall. I don't know if you can see, if you pan down to the photograph of oh, there we go. So the culvert, you can see it's all stone, whether it be the granite, that great big granite ledge, or whether it be sort of smooth sea stone, if you will. There's really nothing in that corner that is organic.
Charlotte, you want to bring up near map for that? I have it up unless
I can pull it up.
I gotta stop sharing. I'll stop
That's okay.
sharing.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was also just reading the Wetlands Protection Act performance standards. But this is, let me go to near map. Come on, here we go. Is this good, or do you guys want a different
no, that's
season?
I think that's pretty much
Okay.
says it all. It's a high energy gravel beach, no sand there. But if you were to drag to the left, you'd see that there's a sand bottom just offshore. So that's where the sand ends up, any sand that arrives there. So that's it. Any replenishment here is going to be from literally grinding this granite up and turning it into pebbles. That's a pretty long process. So more questions or comments? If not, I'm going to move that we issue a certificate of compliance for NOI
Well, I'm sorry, Tom.
Okay, no, go ahead. Sorry, Chris.
Can we go back to the original plan, please?
Caroline, did you want me to pull that up or do you have it on you?
Either
or-
way, I can do it again, whatever you prefer.
Okay, yeah, actually, can you do it? Because I only have a scan of the approved plan. I'm sorry.
Got it. Not at
Thank you,
all.
guys.
Not at all. I'm happy
Yeah,
to.
my scan document is awful. You can't see the
Okay.
writing clearly.
And then we are going here. You want me to zoom in on that? Got some-
Yeah, please. Could you zoom in a little more, please?
Sure.
Just in the area of the wall.
Sure. So good. One more.
That's fine.
So as I understand, the sand was originally going to go to here and this part would be long. These are our planning. So this area along, they just extended the sand.
And flattened it.
The general grade, there was swales in the grass to stay off the neighbors, I think. Yeah, these are just a little straighter. We still have the grade, but yeah, smoothed out. These,
Well,
yeah.
in the photograph, it looks as if the sand beach is virtually flat.
We still,
No?
yeah, let's see. We have grading there? No, I don't think we have good grading here. What are we? 26, 25. It is flatter. We only have about two, maybe 3 feet.
This goes, I remember this going back to the very beginning. They talked about putting in a big flat beach and it was, we told them that it was not, it would not take on this shape. Tom, I'd like to hold off on this COC.
Sure.
So we have time to look into it.
Sure. Do we have the original plan here?
Sure, yes.
Yeah.
The approved plan, I think
Yeah.
it went through a couple iterations, but
Yeah.
my understanding is this is it.
Yeah.
There was a version of this plan that had a big beach, and it was rejected, and now they have a big beach.
I'm sorry, I just pulled up the approved plan. This was before I was at
No,
Carbonaro.
I understand.
But this was all sand. There's a lot of colors on here. This was patio. I believe the sand was to extend up to here, and they were just keeping grass here. I don't know the rationale behind it. I could ask, but I don't know why these yellow boxes come up on some drawings. But my understanding is this concrete was to be removed. Mike, you could probably tell me, all this was to be sand.
That's correct, yes.
And we just add the sand with it, and there'd be sand probably under this deck, I assume, or for
Yes.
consistency. Yeah.
Yes,
So all
every-
this was sand. They just,
All the impervious surface was to come up and be replaced with sand.
just this section was stained to grass, I think, for
Correct.
different type of entertainment at the time. I think, from what I can tell.
Can we go back to the photographs?
Oh, photographs. Is that you,
What-
Charlotte, or me?
Or didn't someone have a
Oh, I can pull up site photos if
have
you want to
those.
see. But yeah, Caroline, you have these as well in your as-built.
Chris, did you want to see the aerial? Is that what
I
you were?
did, yeah, I did.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Caroline. I can switch
Okay,
out.
I'll stop. Great.
Charlotte, close that box on the upper right, your search result.
Oh, that's me? I'm sorry.
Better?
Oh, that's not me.
Where it says data layer, parcel detail, click, there you go. Thanks.
So I believe about approximately 2/3, the bottom 2/3 was approved for sand. It's just kind of.
I think this was existing. The sand here in the southern side of the wall was existing, and this northern portion was previously lawn that was supposed to be replaced with lawn per the approved plan. Like it was supposed to be restored.
Correct.
Can you go back one more time to the approved plan?
Me too? Sure. Approved plan. I'm just gonna, after all this, I'm gonna make sure the date in the COC.
Actually, I'm gonna reach out to Sean and see if he has the landscape plan.
Oh, I have a couple. I was a little, if you want, Sean, maybe you can tell me. I have
That's
this.
incorporated into, yeah, so that was incorporated into that other plan, but this was, you had pulled up, Caroline, you guys had pulled my layers into your plan and more or less copied it. What you see.
Is this it? Is this what you're looking for, or the other?
Well, the other one was the one that we just showed, the one you just had with the red on it.
Correct, okay.
Originally, there was a question, I think, about what got built and what didn't get built. The terrace, the deck, the wall, the new steps, all that, none of that got built.
The pink.
The landscape plan still stayed pretty much the same, I think. They were working some existing edge. It's kind of, Charlotte's been out there once or twice with Mike. I know that they worked around some existing ledge, so some of the plants might have been pushed around one way or the other, but I think all the quantities ended up being there. It's at least what he had with landscape contractor brought all those out, put those in.
What I'm really looking for is there were areas of planting to be retained. I see the one here which says selective removal of invasive plants. But there was, I think that was the area. There was that may be the only area, but
I think that was the only area that I remember. There's a hackberry tree that's there, and they were underplanting to the edges of that.
Right.
There were some plantings, Chris, in that pocket that we did that are close to where, just right over there where the proposed deck was, but there was some stuff that wasn't native in there, and we came back and put natives in there with what you see on the list.
But could we, the area I'm thinking about is the one that's closest to the water.
Yeah, there was, yep. Came back in and put in some other plant material in there.
You did, or you did not?
They did. Well, I wasn't there exactly when it happened, but I was there talking to them about what's invasive, what appeared to be invasive, what didn't. And so I know that they were putting that in. Mike, that would be the case, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah.
With the Phragmites in that area, and we replanted in that area with the materials that were specified for that section.
We're trying to see if we can get a beach grass to grow there in any of the little pockets. But it's a bouldery, rocky edge.
And there are still Phragmites closer to the corner.
Yeah.
Outside the limit of what's shown on the plan to be removed. Charlotte and I saw those last week, talked about them a little bit, and You know, we saw them as outside the limit shown here on the plan, so we didn't take those away.
Charlotte, did you see the planting in the area I was talking about?
Sorry, the area to the like north here above the ledge? Or the area below the ledge?
The area on the beach, on
Oh, yeah.
on the stone.
Yeah. Yeah, so the area along that was, the Phragmites was removed and they put in about, what was it, Sean? Like 100 plugs of beach grass?
Right here? I'm sorry, I flipped on you.
It's just further to the left. It's outside.
Yeah, it's further south
Outside
along
Maybe,
the
can you
wall.
see it here?
I can pull up my photos if that's easier.
Yeah, a little further to the right on the top and a little further to the left on the second one down.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to stop sharing?
Yeah, I can pull up my photos. Sorry, I'm gonna have to go through some of them, but
Yeah, just to the right of where you just were.
oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about below the wall.
Below the wall, yes. Below.
Yeah, so
Okay.
there was a large pocket.
Sorry, once I pull up these photos, my computer starts to run really slow. I don't know why, probably because they're large files.
Pictures I
This-
was doing.
Like this area here.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just off to the right in that photo.
Okay, I can try to go through them, but I'm sorry, my computer might freak out. Getting there.
Yeah.
So this is the area where the Phragmites were ripped out and where some beach grass was installed per the landscaping plan.
Correct.
And then getting closer to where this 24-inch existing pipe is. Are we looking at this area here about vegetation?
Mm-hmm. Tom, I'm gonna it's interesting. There was no Phragmites when we first visited this site. But there was vegetation in this area. Do you have anything to the, I can't even tell where it is.
A little bit further. Oh, sorry, this is the new pipe.
Yeah.
This is the edge here. Kind of right below.
There.
Mhm.
I'd be happy to remove whatever Phragmites you would wish removed. We just hesitate to do so for fear of causing more issues, you know?
Where is this drainage pipe coming from?
That comes from Jerusalem Road.
Yeah.
Jerusalem Road Drive, and perhaps another road or two further to the north. I'm not exactly sure, but it's state-owned, and there are multiple storm drains that empty into it.
See, I think at the time this project was permitted, this whole area was so overgrown with vegetation, this pipe wasn't even visible.
More than
Because
likely, it was not.
this is the whole area that was grass, right?
No,
Above it?
no.
Yeah, the grass, yes.
When you say grass, do you mean lawn?
Lawn, yes.
No, nothing below this wall was lawn.
No, I'm saying if you from up above,
Yeah.
like up here was all lawn.
It was, yes.
And there were kayaks and everything.
Correct.
And this entire area, which now has Phragmites in it,
Mhm.
had vegetation in it. You couldn't even, and this pipe wasn't even visible.
Well, I've only been working here 2 years, and in 2 years
Yeah.
I've been there, it's not been any different than it is now. So I
Yeah.
vouch for anything prior to that.
This is one of Jeff Summers' photos. This is from when I visited the site. So
Yeah, all this there was some Phragmites. But all this vegetation was,
but the pipe, yeah, you can't,
right.
well,
And
it's
that-
there,
see?
but
Yep, and see, there was this big shrub here, which we specifically said that all this vegetation was gonna protect this area. There's even a big tree that was growing up in there. Oh. I guess that's the blessing of doing something in 5 years.
You can try to pull it up for comparison, but I don't see the large shrub, but
It's
you know,
right-
obviously the Phragmites obviously is still
It's not-
there.
It's not there because they.
Yeah,
they
it looks
had-
like this was taken out,
Yeah.
but I can't tell with the other vegetation, but the Phragmites is still here.
Mhm.
Obviously the shrub here doesn't seem to be remaining. Unless Sean, you see it.
Let's see that photo.
No, there's no shrub down there now. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
Does the commission have any remaining comments, questions, or concerns?
Chris?
I don't know, Tom, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and seeing that around sometime before August of 2022, all of that was there, but it's gone now. It looks like it was
Yeah,
taken out.
so we should just give them a COC and not give a shit.
Well,
I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? That's what it always comes down to.
You could get some more plant material in that area where that shrub came down.
Yeah.
You're not, what are you gonna get? You gotta fight the Phragmites, right? You're gonna hand dig in Phragmites and try to plant something that's not gonna last.
Well, if there's a shrub that was there before, right?
Yeah, it looks like there was
Well,
Phragmites.
yeah, but there wasn't half as much Phragmites as there is now, so.
I don't know, there's maybe not as much as you think, Phragmites as you think there, Chris.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you know what? I get to 2023 and it looks like that shrub is back. That's interesting. There's something there.
I mean, all this vegetation except for the invasives was supposed to stay.
Yeah.
So.
I remember that, Chris.
I know. June is just around the corner.
Sean, how can you fix this?
I think you can try to get more plant material back in there.
What would you plant there?
I think we would go seaside goldenrod and lots of it. That would be the one thing. It's one of the most, palatable plants to maybe hold on there.
Yeah.
Still trying to find some pockets down in there to, there's so little soil there, right?
Right. Everything's growing in the cracks.
But something was growing there before. Yeah, but something was growing there before though, right?
Yeah.
That's because it's got a steady supply of fresh water.
Yes, so what? So I think we give you some other plants to consider for there.
Okay.
I'd have to look at it more close. Work with you on it, work with Charlotte on it, work with Chris, however you guys want to do it.
Chris, is that going to work for you?
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, why don't you come back with us with a planting plan for this area, and surely there's something that can survive there. It's got a steady supply of fresh water, and there might not much be a lot of fine soil, but there's plenty of gravel. And what about the Phragmites? What are we going to do there? Are we going to get removed?
I don't know what Charlotte, what you and Mike were talking about, certainly in terms of the Phragmites. You can keep on just cutting it back and cutting it back and cutting it back. And at some point, if you do that long enough, you might be able to hold it at bay. You got to be allowed.
Just that it's in the resource area, so it's like.
I know, but you've got to be able to, it's to either just, that's the one way to do it, is to just keep cutting it and cutting it. No chemicals. Just cut it. And then at some point you can slow it down. And otherwise you have to go to chemicals, and nobody wants to do that.
Yeah.
But it's this type of a kind of brutalist resource. It's mostly rock.
Mhm.
It's, feels like that wouldn't be as invasive to get in there manually and be able to cut those specific areas.
It doesn't look like it's a very big area.
It's not a very large area either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do know that appreciate the resource. I get it.
Okay, so let's continue this. Come back at us with a plan to get something back in there. And continue till January 4, I guess, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be a fun agenda unless people want to drop off and volunteer.
Do we want to quantify what we're looking for so we can make sure we come back with something that's suitable to the board? Right.
I would say take a look at the photographs from that Charlotte was showing and understand that there was a whole area of vegetation which was supposed to be retained and propose something that takes the place of that in areas where there's something that's suitable to actually plant.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, Sean's going to have to help you and to take a look and see where things might actually get planted.
Yeah, there'll be some pockets in there, Chris, that we'll be able to get something in. There already were. So we know that there's going to be some, and there is some vegetation there now. It's not like it's completely stripped. There's
Yeah, the trick is going to be to get them established before the next big storm comes in. That's all.
Yeah, well, you're not going to want to put anything in here until the nor'easter season has passed. I mean,
yeah,
put it in next week and it'd be gone. Then
yeah.
You're right. No, you don't want to do that now. I don't think. So.
Is there any urgency to this certification of completion? You plan to sell the property going to be sold, or what?
No, I don't believe that's the case. Although maybe I would suggest if it's amenable to the board, we could do similar to the last project where we get an approved plan, a conditional approval, and then Charlotte can come out and confirm the plantings at whatever time that becomes practical.
That'll work.
Okay. Yeah, maybe once we figure out a plan, I can oversee it and then administratively issue the COC upon the work being completed.
Yeah, let's do that. So you come up
as long as everyone's in agreement on that.
what you're going to plant. Come back on January 4th. Tell us what it is. Make it brief. This is a small area. Should be simple. And then I think we can also issue a contingent certificate so you can get it in April or so, probably, to avoid losing it to a nor'easter. And yeah, good. Okay. Get a plan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
guys.
Good night.
See you next month.
Yep.
Right. We'll be
Thank
here.
you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Okay, it's pretty late.
Yeah.
I think you can give us agent updates at our next meeting.
That's fine. My only question was, is everyone good with the 12-14 agenda before I post it?
I am.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'll post that. All right, guys.
Okay.
Sorry, I was late.
What a bunch of
Kathy, I hope that was a great birthday.
Yeah, sorry, Kathy.
One of my
She was
favorite.
originally not gonna call in and then I bullied her because I thought we weren't gonna have a quorum.
It's
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah, half
It's
an hour
okay.
left.
Hope
It's
you're
okay.
feeling better, Kathy.
Pardon me?
Hope you're feeling better.
Thank you. I am. Thank you.
You sound
Thanks.
good.
Thanks.
Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Adjourn second. All in
Bye,
favor?
guys. Take care.
Aye.
Have a good weekend.
Thank